bitches.
Hello, beans. I haven't even opened my game, I just realized now. Whoops. But also, hello everyone. Who all is here? Peace Squiddies. Hello, Peace Squiddies. Hello, Joggin. Hello, Aruna. Whoa! Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Oh my goodness. Guys, I just started stream, so my brain is not fully working yet. But welcome, peepos. Good God. Iku inu. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. You were doing some art today? What were you drawing? This music is too intense. It needs to relax. Anyway. welcome raiders. My name is Nat Ortedo, variety streamer from South Africa. I sometimes do VTuber things, sometimes not VTuber things. You know? But I also do play a lot of Genshin Impact, so I hope you guys enjoy. But yes, thank you all so much for coming through on that raid. You were drawing red pandas and making a VTuber bottle? Ah! Are you gonna post it on Twitter? Because obviously I see all your arts on Twitter. Iku's a cutie. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? I was watching her do stompies a while back with her little tiny feet. She was stomping on everyone. Very cute. Hi Haruyuki, how are you? Hope you have a great stream. Thank you, and thank you again so much for the raid. How is every peepo? I was about to start my stream and then the raid hit and then the brain stopped working. But how is everyone? Raiders and otherwise. Did you guys have a good day today? I caught 3 shiny Pokemon. So that was fun. But otherwise today was kind of fucked up because of load shedding. And annoying neighbors once again. Yeah, that was about it. That was my day. How was yours? I hope you had a better day. I hope everyone had a better day. You have school in 30 minutes? Oh, Kenji, I hope it goes well. I hope it goes swiftly. I hope it goes well. And then you can go home and relax. That's my wishes for you for today. Your brain is always empty before streaming. What about the during streaming? Because I feel like mine's always empty. Except at 3 AM when I'm trying to sleep. And then brain's like, hello! I'm awake now. The worst time to be awake. Alright. So, whoa! Pomati? I don't know how to say your name, Sweet Bean, but thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the posse. Also, you said loved your accent. I don't know if you're talking about me or Iku, because Iku's very cute. Everything about her. Just want to squish into a little ball and then put in the pocket and then feed the snacks in the pocket. During as well, yep. It's just that 3 AM where the brain's like, ah! Existential crisis! Only at 3 AM though. Me? Thank you. Okay, so today's plan. I need to finish the event. Please look at the photo I sent you. Oh my god, you sent me a photo. I'm gonna block you, Mal. What are you sending me? Okay, I'm not gonna block you. You're safe for today. I told Mao to wear his glasses, so he sends me like a zoomed in picture of him wearing his glasses. Oh, Christ. I hope you guys have been logging in for your free wishes for the husbando slash waifu fund. I hope you guys have been doing your things. Except at night when I think about every mistake I've ever made. Oh my god. Your brain just goes through a highlights reel of all the embarrassing things you've done, and I'm just like, bro, now is not the time.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Brimester. How are you doing? Look at this precious baby. Does she not just make your heart crumple up into a tiny ball? Ugh, she's so cute. Okay, we're gonna start with this, I reckon, because I'm not capped yet, so... I think I can condense resin, because... What am I doing? Give me a piece. Iku's a cutie, you're always simping for her. 100% understandable. 100%. For sure, shores. Okay, hold on. I hate the little, like, red exclamations. I'm like, what do you want? I'm not clicking on the notices or the version highlights, because I cannot be bothered. Ah! Sorry, you can't throw things at the people head. That's when I do the VTuber streams only. Because, you know, I might suffer from a concussion if I was getting things thrown at my head, IRL. Just warm. That's a very mild term to describe the current weather. P-squids, not the onigiri. The confetti works. The ones that don't work are I guess the VTuber ones. So like onigiri, head pat, throwing something at my face. I think those are the only VTuber ones. Maybe I need to make a note of that somewhere so you guys can see. Whoa! Hi, Daddy. Whoa, second, no one else is here. You're following Iku now? Oh! Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Daddy. So Murderist Art is also an artist. Oh! What the heck? Release me. And I think I actually met you because of, what was that game called? Little Witch in the Woods? I always forget the damn name. And I've forgotten how to play this game mode. But yes, she is also an artist. Also a VTuber. Very cute. We get a shouty outy? We did get a shouty outy. Perfect. Good egg. Good bean. Lovely person. Round. All rounds. Don't matter VTuber or Peepo. Good Peepo is good Peepo. Whether Peepo or VTuber. Oh! Shit. Shit. I done goofed, guys. I keep forgetting to not click the thing to deploy the wings. The wings are already deployed. Little Witch in the Woods. Yeah. I think I actually finished that game. Oh, I have no energy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think I finished the story. I can't remember now. I feel like it's been a while. But I'm sure there's gonna be like updates and stuff. Because I think it was still early access. I finished what was released? Yeah, I thought so. Please, gold. Oh, thank the Pope. I was missing because I was a dummy, but it's okay. Werno? Daddy, what? Is it still in early access? I thought so. My brain just straight up died there. Oh, Daddy. It's a good song though, so I can't even be mad. What was this one? Oh, this is the little... Oh, this is the fun one. Can't believe you done this. I mean, look, it was good. I like it. I thought it was good. You got rickrolled? Yeah, you did. I did. Oh, man. So the load shedding is a little bit cock tonight. So I really wish it had a different name. God damn it. Anyway. Power outage tonight is going to be from 10 to 12, so I'll be ending stream just before 10. So stream won't be as long as you guys know I like it to be, but you know, we're gonna do what we can with what we have. And I don't like streaming into load shedding because... What? Because I get trolled. By my computer. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence there. I get trolled by my computer. It just turns off. It's 5:30. Yeah. Thank you, Jargon. I did not know that command was a thing. But yeah. So, Aruna, I can't remember quite exactly where you were, but if you're anywhere on the East Coast, I think it's like 7 hours difference, because that's where Jargon lives. Somewhere on the East Coast. That's all I can tell you. I'm very bad with my geographies. I just know that it's about 7 hours in that area. Do not know about the rest of the country or what kind of time span you have across the whole of America, because I know East and West is different times. What is that actual time difference from one end to the other? California is on the West Coast, right?
Hello, motherfucker.
What's poppin'?
Kiddo!
Don't mind me just watching.
Welcome, and thank you for the lurkies. You got 25 out of 55, Dendrocula. Only 25? Don't talk to me, Hooded. Don't talk to me. Go finish it. Go get the other 30. No, I'm joking. How are you doing? It's a big coast. It is. It's fucking massive. Not as big as Americans seem to think it is, but...
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Chaz, peace, greedies. You're in the Midwest? Oh! Your sense of time is dumb. Oh no. Lily, who is this beautiful potato? Can we get a shouty outy for Lily? Because she's beautiful too. Okay, so your booth. Owie. I need to drop down, I know that much. Hi Sean, I'm doing good, how are you? Okay, I need to drop down. So do I need to... God, this is going to be a clusterfuck. I think what I need to do is have this one here, but I need to get him to walk onto it first. Drop the P-bomb? What? Wait, what's the P-bomb? Did I say something wrong?
What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you for the lurkies. Hi Vitrix! Hello cutie! How you doing?
What's
poppin'?
Don't mind me just watching.
Thank you, peace goodies. You love that? Oh, you're not actually lurking? Oh, puss? Did I say puss? Did I? Did I really? I don't remember saying it. My bad. I do like saying it though. You played it to hear it again? Okay, hold on. So... If we move your boy here, and then we move here, and then we make like so. What? I make like so, and then he's got the key, and then we make like so, and like so. It's like every other word. Can't expect you to remember them all, right? It's too difficult, man. I don't... Listen, the moment the words leave my mouth, I've already forgotten that I've said them, so... Please have no expectations of me to ever remember anything. What on God's green earth is going on here? Make it make sense. Okay, well, I know I need to move that one here, surely. So you can pick up the key. But then how do you get back up? Does this activate like a wind tunnel or something? Or do I have to make him fall through a hole? Entirely possible. A lot of driving today. Oh no, how hot is it? Because I know in Johannesburg it's like... Ugh. Satan's ass crack, it's so hot. Also, the onigiri is not gonna work because I'm a people today, not a VTuber. Sorry, guys. Actually, hold on. I shouldn't write a message to pin. Onigiri. Head pats and throwing things are the tuber. Only. And I guess if you don't see the pinned message, then ooh-ah! Fuck to you. I mean, you're welcome to throw an actual onigiri at me so I can eat it, but otherwise, yeah. We South Africans know that word well. It sounds so harsh when you say it to someone. But everything is a puss, even. So, you know. Yucky onigiri hooded. You're a fried fish. I can believe that, 100%. I was at work yesterday, you had brain lag. I always greet my customers with a hello, how are you doing? So she responded and asked me how I'm doing. And then you just kept scanning items. I have that sometimes where I'll ask people to repeat themselves. And they just look at me like, what? Because, like, give me 3 seconds and I've processed what you said. But, like, not in the moment. Okay, so I moved the key there. But these boys are all problematic. I need to move this one here. So he bounces back. But then how do you get back up? I don't know what the button does. But let's try it. Oh. No, no, no. I fucked this up royally already. God damn it. So I need him to be walking in this direction. But not press the button. Oh wait, I can't move that one? Okay. Okay, so... Ah! Oh, like so? Like so? Bounce down. No, because then he walks this way. Maybe I need to make it change where he drops down as well. Okay. Because I was thinking if he's walking this way, he walks here, and then... Bunk! Okay. We will try again. We are determined. It was a long day, we were dead, and it was slow. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Go tell a random person on the street you're masterpuss. And then you'll see what happens. Nah, bro. I wouldn't say that to a rando. Definitely not. And especially because I'll be moving to Cape Town relatively soon. People be doing that anyway. We had some person randomly shout that at us across the road, and we were like, okay. Homie might have been drunk. I don't know. But I ain't about to be starting no fights in Cape Town. Okay. No, 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 no. Why am I like this? I didn't want to... Don't move. I just wanted to reset it. Okay. So... The problem is he's gonna continue walking that way. Ah, but maybe if I grab him while he's walking this way. I just don't want him to step on the bottom. I had an idea and then my brain stopped working. Bunk! Ah. You should say when you're down this side, are you a tea or coffee person? Both. But I ain't about to be having... If I'm going out, I'm not paying for tea. Tea costs like a couple cents for a tea bag. So... I'm not gonna have tea when I'm out, but I'll go out for coffee for sure. Can't stay for long today, you might be back in 3 hours. Yeah, no worries. I should still be live. Not for long though, but take care of yourself, Hooded. A couple cents for a tea bag, usually have to pay extra for that? Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Okay. We don't want him. Okay, we need him to... Unless we use this one. What are we playing? Hi, Bubbity. It's just Genshin Impact. How are you doing? But it's like a puzzle thing. Oh wait, I needed him to be going the other direction. Hi, Samples. Thank you for the biddy. How you doing today? Well, I had someone try and join my world in Genshin the other day that had a very similar username to Jargon, and I was just like, what the fuck? Because I want him to walk that away. But that's anyone I can use. Unless what I do is I bring this to the top. But, oh wait, he does need to fall down, doesn't he? Because he can't actually reach it. Frustrated? Oh man. Yeah, I saw actually. Yeah, I think, did I take a sip of water? Because Peace Quitties redeemed Hydrate, and I did this, but I don't remember if I actually took a sip. Chaz and stuff. Okay, definitely have to fall down. We definitely have to walk that way. Can you give your 2 cents? No, you may not. It's my puzzle. I want to solve it. If you want to go solve it, you can go find it yourself and solve it yourself. Bum, bum. Not to be mean, but I enjoy puzzles. I enjoy trying to figure them out, and I don't want to be given answers. So that's the only reason why I said no. Yeah, I think let's go. What? Wait a second. I want it to be going the other way. But wait, I can't. Unless I go like... No, I'm still walking the wrong direction. Only the one works for that direction, but I don't want to push the button. Hi, Frank! How are you? I just need to get away to... Why do we can leave that as it is? No, wait. You're AR-45 now? Nice! Have you been enjoying it, Frag? Why isn't my laptop charging? Because it isn't plugged in. Truly a mood. I need to make it so that I step on the button once. To keep it open. But then not again. Like so. Whoa! Did I just accidentally do it? What the fuck? God damn it. Shogun national team? Very nice. You're gonna get a second 4-man team for the best? Fantastic. I think AR-45 is kind of where you start with that. You can start challenging the abyss. It becomes a lot more doable. You're watching the puzzle solving intently and then this ad busted out and your stream got pushed to the side. Oh shit! It startled you. We actually had that yesterday as well because I was watching YouTube but I kept getting adverts. And it kept giving people a fright, but I'd also get a fright, so everyone would get a fright every time there was an advert. And it would be like obnoxiously loud as well. Because we were watching like videos about how to make candy and how to make a tractor and shit like that. And every now and then we'd get some very loud, obnoxious advert for feminine hygiene products, and we're all just like, what the fuck, man? Some locked stage sections can be unlocked using keys. Do they have to be? So what, do I have to get to the kid? Oh. Oh. Rest in pieces. Oh, I somehow saved that, but it's okay. And then unsaved it very quickly. Rip! Rip pepperones, buddy. I don't understand. I need to get up, right? But then what? Because he immediately goes into that. So I need to go from the other direction. Hmm. Oh, I need the other one to be open, I see, okay. That makes a lot more sense, because then you go like this. Whoops. Oh, no! I done goofed. Because I don't want him to be on here. Okay. Because otherwise he does that. Okay. This is fine. You can choose a new character from the event. Ah. You'd rather have random ones, choosing one is hard. What other characters do you have, Frag? Do you have Nahida? Because if you have Raiden National, which would be Bennett, Xingqiu, Xiangleng, and Raiden, do you have Nahida? Because you could make an Aggravate team, or a Bloom team even. Not Nahida. We don't necessarily want to have... Well, maybe you can tell us what 5 stars do you have? Nope. 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 Why am I like this? Ah, oh shit. Okay. Okay, we'll leave him there for a moment while I think, because he'll just bounce back and forth. Alright, so I reckon we need to make him fall down, boop the button again. This we can swap there. Oh! Nope! Why did I do that? Okay, so he must walk over this way. Get on with your bad self. And then... Nope. No, no, no. We move him up. Yeah, okay. Because he's a little shit. And you must push the button again for us. So that you can open the thing. Dun dun dun. Boom boom boom. Okay, you stay there now. So I can think. We need to get the key. And we get the key by falling down. I'm gonna fall that way. Ah, but we won't fall this way. So if we go like so, and then, oh no! Ah, but he's gonna fall on. Oh no, he's not gonna fall on spikes. He's gonna go bunk. Okay, we'll make like so. So, like so. And then like so. I think we did it. We had to find the small people. Yay, we found the small people. God damn. Okay. Pitching. Yay, Miko. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I mean, I would say in that case Yao Yao, because she would be Dendro and healer with Yai. And then you could have someone like, if you have Sucrose, you could use Sucrose. Yeah, so if you have Yai Miko, Alhaitam, Yao Yao, and Sucrose, or alternatively if you have Kazuha instead, I think that could be a really good team. Wow, free shit, thanks! An avocado. There's all my brain cells for the day gone. Cool. Wow! DP. I haven't done Spiral Abyss. Ugh. Ew. No Sucrose though. Do you have Fischl? Oh hell yeah, the crown? Oh, you don't even need to do all of the stuff? That's crazy. Because this is done. But I still have these shits to do. I mean, I'm obviously gonna do them because of the rewards, but you know. Abyss resets in 6 days? Fuck. Okay. Maybe I'll do that after this then. Hi Chris, how are you? Trying to think what else would work really well in that comp. Abyss resets on payday for you? Wait, y'all don't get paid on the 25th in the US? No official? No bitches? No official? No, I'm joking. Why this one every fucking goddamn time? You get paid twice a month? Wait, what? What? So, does that mean you get wages or you get a salary? Because... Oh, yellow. I don't think I've done that one before. Huh. And now we go hearts. Whoops. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, in South Africa, it's... Most places will pay you on the 25th. That's like pretty standard. Whoop. Rosaria and Yanfei. Oh, damn. I mean, they're very good characters. Those are very good characters. Hi, Mad Bunny. How are you? You gonna go work for a bit? Who did you not say that like half an hour ago? Go work, homie. Go work. You get paid. I mean, to be fair, I used to get paid middle of the month at my old company. And technically, Twitch pays me on the 15th. So, you know. Wait, do I... Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Rebel! Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Thank you for the raid, Rebel! How was your stream? Did you have a good time? I see you playing Horizon Forbidden West. Are you enjoying it? Because I feel like I've only ever heard good things about that game, except that they tell you how to solve the puzzles. Like, the NPC will be like, hey, what if you did this? I would slap that NPC. I cannot. Let me solve my puzzle in peace. Rebel doesn't want to join me on the delivery. You're gonna have to keep me company. Oh, I hope you're doing good, Emulator. Are you still working? It was good? Oh, fantastic. Guys, if you don't follow Rebel, please. If you like watching horror games, I've never seen a more chilled out person playing horror games. Rebel is just straight vibing. Rebel's one of those people who would survive in a zombie apocalypse. Because the vibes are just always chill. Creative resub message. Thank you. Thank you for your creative message. Much appreciated. Can I stop driving like a Wally?
Resub message Kappa.
Thank you, Tiff. How long has it been? 5 months? Damn. Thank you. How are you doing today? Oh my god, guys, listen. Listen. Whoa! Questionable driving skills. However, I still firmly believe that I'm a better driver than that one NPC in Halo, who was exceptionally rotten. What was her name? Oh, I can't remember now. She was really bad though. Oh, whoops! Well, that is not what I meant to do at all. So this is fine. Woof! Haha, nice. I just wanted to get out of that, to be honest. Yoink! Ugh, coins, you bastard! Okay, we're good. Bitch! Anyway. Thank you again, Tiff, for this idea. Work is a nightmare at the moment? Oh no! Shutting down work PC shortly after. Oh, I see. But you have to make a delivery? I'm confused. Cat? Or cat? Cat? Yeah? Cat?
Oh. This is fun.
Your power came back on, so you're vibing? Hell yeah. Listen, guys. I only have so many brain cells, okay? They're currently all being occupied by Genshin. Oh! The NPC. Yes, the NPC in Halo that can't fucking drive. God, there's a clip of her being an idiot somewhere. Is this the reason you don't have a license? What, not knowing how to steer a boat is the reason I don't have a license? No. Why has it got an exclamation?
This shit is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
It's on your TikTok? Oh, hell yeah. Because I very use my TikTok. It's probably also on my YouTube somewhere, to be fair. Gonna lurk. You need to start making supper. Oh, enjoy, enjoy. I hope it's super tasty, Rebel, and thank you again so much for the Wade. Definitely not Cortana. She's a smart lady. Okay, I'm about to cap, so let me just go condense my resin quick fast. Guys, my head is all over the place. Tiff was saying dying of the heat, relatable as fuck. My brain is cooked, that's why it's not working very well. It was hot today. The neighbor's kids are being fucking annoying again. Holy shit. Anyway. Want to hear that raid song again? I wonder if you could find it online somewhere, actually. Because a lot of people really like it, and I don't even know what to tell you. I don't remember where I found it. It's snowing by you, Peace Goodies? Oh yeah, Peace Goodies, I read an article yesterday. You better be careful when you're wandering around. I heard there's an unsavory person in your area. Actually, let me send it to you. Because I don't want to dox, I don't want to say locations or nothing. Copy. Peace, sweeties. Are you telling me that it's not you singing the raid song? I mean, I'm definitely singing it when the raid pops, but... it's definitely someone else's song. Anyway, Peace Goodies, I sent you a thing. A mildly concerning thing. When you have some time, just check it out. I can't say how valid it is, but you know, I'm just a concerned citizen of another country. Did you see what it is? Please be very careful. Your life is alive? Well, you thought I was singing it, like actually the original? No? Oh no no. Hey yo! Puggy! Almost 2 babies? Definitely. Oh jeez. These guys are mean.
Almost at 2 babies now. Natato Sky Love.
Thank you, Puggy. 17 months. Shush. Did we decide? I asked people this because I don't remember. But like, do you remember if we named the first baby? Nana's not gonna make us, is she? Oh no, she's good. But also, how are you doing, Puggy? I've been playing that other game all the time. It's a problem. And I'm also getting annoyed with people for like quitting or like disconnecting. Don't play co-op if your freaking connection's shit, man. Now it's a me problem. Unbelievable. Although they're probably rage quitting, to be fair. I see some people like disconnect immediately after the song is chosen. I'm like, are y'all mad because your song didn't get chosen? What the hell? It's rough. I wonder where he lives. You walk to and from work every day. Oh. Are you gonna be paranoid? I mean, rather you know.
Would you like a cup of water?
Rather you know that you didn't than you didn't know. Rather have a reason to be paranoid than have like a false sense of security. At least that's how I see it. I don't think we named the first one. Okay, that's fine. Guy has a punchable face. Well and truly. If he's your customer, then oof. I'm sorry. I feel like there's nothing you can really do in that situation then. Just be strong. Be strong like bull. Whoa. Dehydrate? What if I want to dehydrate, actually? I feel like disconnecting if people pick the intense voice of Hatsune Miku. Okay, so there's some situations. The thing is like, oh man. I always wonder if like it's because of me, because I only recently started playing on hard mode. It's kind of cuck hard because the flick notes are like literally the worst. I don't know. I just want to talk to whoever thought that was a good idea. I just want to have a conversation with them. But like, the hard one is hard, appropriately named. I'm sure I'll get used to it eventually, but like... Brian can't read, this is well known. Golf looks at news articles all the time, but I don't think he saw this one. Gonna send it to him. Yeah, definitely. Hydrate before you hydrate. That one as well, Puppety. That one works as well. But, yeah, no, so... I've had a very frustrating day, because, like, people will just leave, and then I have to go find another group. And hope I get a song that's not too bad. You sent it to your whole family? Perfect. Hydrate until you hydrate. How common is it for people to eat pie that would be a thing? Out of curiosity. No worries, Peace Gritties. I sent it I sent it to Jargon, and I was like, wait, I know so many people who live there. I need to actually send it to Ox as well. You gotta deliver a boat? Best of luck, emulator. Oh my god. Drive safe? Question mark? How does one deliver a boat? Carefully. Hi Yoda. How are you doing, friend? And thank you for the hearts, Peace Quiddy. Alright, now that we've finished that, our energy has now recharged. I can make another thingamajig. It's a decent amount of experience. Are you talking about in a game emulator? Nani, you're not actually delivering a boat. My brain was so confused just now. All the people are here. Just yell all the names. I think... Does anybody want to kill bosses? Cupcake says hi. He has no power. Ooh, ah! That sucks. Sucks to be him. Euro Truck Simulator? Wait, is that really what you're playing? Oh, you said you were... Did I miss your message then? Because, yeah. I feel like, the last thing I saw you say... Oh, you did say, I don't know what ETS is, but yeah, I guess. I just saw you say, the first thing you said when you joined was, Rebel doesn't want to join me on the delivery, so you're gonna have to keep me company. And I was just like, what? We're going on a road trip? Let's motherfucking go. But it's okay. You're used to being overlooked? Well, I'm used to people saying things in chat that I don't know, and then not continuing the conversation because I don't know what they're saying to me. You'll join after Dindins? When is Dindins, though? That's a very vague time frame, Yoda. I have already had dinner. Which means now. So after dinner is now, Yoda. Let's go. Let's go make that one resin before we forgetty. Because I don't need any boss kills. I think we're fine on that front. It is a Wednesday, which means I don't have any other things that I need to do, I think. He's not doing anything, he's making memes of Johnny. Wah! Do you mean Yoda? Yoda's making memes? Memes for dinner. You're sassy? Nah, couldn't be me. You gonna return after delivery? Of course, yes. Go drive safe. Honk at everyone that you drive past as well. Because why not? It's a game, you can do whatever you want. Unless you lose points for that, in which case don't do it. Father Johnny is in the disco. I don't know if I want an explanation. I don't know if I want to know what that's all about. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like ignorance is truly bliss in some cases. Okay, so we had actually... You have a rope horn on order. Is it like you pull it down and it makes a hell of a noise? Story quests. Oh, no thank you. Okay, let's go do this quick. Because this is the end, I'm guessing, of the festival? I just want to turn this one off. Goodbye. Johnny is a priest now? But why? Also, you're only allowed to join for boss kills if you're wearing pink, so if you're not wearing pink, you can't sit with us, just saying. You can have my poopa, Yoda. You want my poopa? If you need a poopa, you can come fetch. Stinky poopa. Because obviously I'm not using it, right? You can cast to a browser. Hey? You want papa, but you'll take poopa? So Yoda, remember I asked you about like casting from your phone to your PC kind of thing? But I think one, you're using an Android, which I think is much easier to connect to PC because I don't think I have the app that you would have. So I went and looked for one. Because there's a rhythm game I'm doing badly in at the moment, and I want to make you guys suffer and make you watch it, so... Does it work? Well, I don't know, I haven't actually tried it yet. Because I didn't have electricity for some part of today, so I wasn't able to test it out. But also, now that I think about it, guys, if you don't know this, I have a YouTube. If you have not subscribed, please go subscribe. It sounds like a weird thing to say because I'm so used to subscribe, meaning like dollar bills on Twitch. I have a couple VODs up. I didn't really finish uploading my Coral Island and my Let's Go Pikachu stuff. But I will do that at some point. But I've started uploading older VODs. And I've been posting one a day so far. So if you guys could go and throw your girl a subscribe, maybe watch some videos. Even if you just put it on and walk away, it's all good. It's the numbers that matter. You subbed on all 3 accounts? Thank you, Yoda. Why do you have 3 accounts, though? I say that and I have 3 Gmails, so you know. Oh shit! I hope they have an event like this again. Honestly, because from what I recall, the puzzle events that they've had in the spot every year have been very different, refreshing, fun, challenging, but not so challenging that you would quit. So, yeah. Yeah, I've quite enjoyed it, actually. This is, I think easily, this has always been my favorite. He's clapping for her. That's so cute. Yeah, they've all been really fun. The shadow one? Was that the one last year or the year before? I can't quite remember now, but I know we had the one where we had to twist things around to get the images. That was fun, but challenging. Oh, right. The reason why I even looked at my browser was because it was like, hey, go to this website. And then I didn't go to that website. Last year must have been fun. Oh, last year must have been, since I missed the year before. Ah. How does this work? Oh. Oh. Trust this device. Questionable. Start broadcasting? Start? Oh! Okay. I don't know. I don't want it to use the microphone. Share device sound. There we go. Turn on the sound. Guys, this is weird. If y'all play Android games, you can see if the game is on Google Play Games Beta for PC. Oh, yes! Hi, Dan. Ah, okay. I wonder. Sorry, I just want to see.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Okay, so if I... Ooh.
Sega.
Sega. This is so cute. So I would need to add this as a browser. Or like window capture. How laggy is this gonna be? It's not sounding good so far. Window capture. Oh wait, I already have browser. I can just choose. So the only problem would be... I wonder if it's connecting, because it's connecting through, like, not an app, but it's connecting through a browser. It's more... That wasn't... It's the music that's quite laggy. Which would defeat the whole point, because it's a rhythm game. I don't know, I might need to... Let's disconnect. Whoa! Okay, so... I might just have to download like a... an app or something. Because yeah, it wouldn't make sense to play that if it's if it's lagging the one thing that matters, which is the sound. What was I gonna go do next? Did I finish the story, actually? Yes. This is the world quest. Oh no, hold on. Still busy. Okay, this is fine. Would you still be able to play this on stream? People play us on stream. So I'm not too sure how it works exactly. I'm actually curious. Hold on. This is the music I was listening to before. The only problem I have with this kind of stuff is like it doesn't really have any kind of like community as such. Like I tried to search on Reddit for like a sub. There was one that hasn't been touched for like a year and I was like, Jesus Christ. It looks like this is a fairly popular thing for people to stream. There's currently 108 viewers, 30k followers. So typically if it's a category on Twitch, I think it's okay for you to play it on Twitch. I don't really know what determines whether or not it would be okay. Because yeah, there's also Os, which people, it's a very popular game. Or Osu, as a lot of people say. Os. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching this. 1k viewers, 2.1 million followers. So, I don't know. I wonder. Because there's a lot of music on that game, if I'm not mistaken. Like a super wide range of music. I've never tried to play it. I've watched some people play it, but not for long. Not this person playing some scary game under the wrong category. Y'all trying to jump scare me while I'm wanting to watch people play music games? How dare you? You should feel bad. This person's playing League of Legends? Get the fuck... There's another one playing League of Legends. Get the fuck out of here. You tried it for like a minute? Is it hard? It looks confusing. Because I'm so used to the mobile ones. This person's playing Dance Dance Revolution? What is going on? Y'all just picking categories willy-nilly here? What the fuck are those? Accuracy, combo. This person's playing some Pew Pew game? My life is a lie. Maybe there's not actually that many people watching that game. But in any case, it's a category on Twitch. So... Boost! I might be able to. Did someone say dance? No. No one said dance. I want to see if downloading the software... Sorry guys, I know I'm supposed to be playing Genshin. You know how distracted I am now. So, what is it? I mean, you can dance if you wanna. Is anyone gonna finish the lyrics for me? Wah, I cannot spell. A lot of people use it for aim training? No ways. That's mad shit. But also kind of cool. Actually, let's put the music back on so we're not sitting here in silence. Well, maybe y'all aren't sitting in silence. Maybe you got your own background noise. But I currently just have the sound of my computer fan humming away next to me. So I just wanted to drown that sound out. Let's see what this boy is. I always worry about these kinds of apps. I'm always just like, I'm not smart enough to know if they're accessing my foot pics or whatever. Like how much freedom do they have using this app? Or whatever. Yeah, the other one's pics of the inside of my nose. When you go back to Overwatch, Apex, or Fortnite, you play that for an hour or two before. Ah, that's interesting. I'm definitely gonna stick with the free stuff. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Well, there's the app. You can even do it by USB. I wonder if that would be faster. Let's try again. A cop drove into the boat? What? What an asshole. Go fight him. Jump out the car. Bah! The AI in this game is very Cape Townian when it comes to driving. So, I've seen so many people have, like, okay, wait, let's try again. Ignore the Genshin music in the background. I'll make big. There we go. And I want the sound. Listen to this device. It's still so laggy. I feel like cable is the answer because the way I'm connecting now is not really working. Oof, the sound is awful. Sorry, guys. Okay. Let's see. I wonder. Oh, geez, my hip just made a weird noise. And by weird noise, I mean it popped really loudly. And you have it sitting on an awful sound too? Peggy, shush. Everyone forgets how to drive.
Excuse me.
Are you originally... Hi, Sona! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Are you from somewhere else, emulator? Oh wait, you grew up in Cape Town, wondering why GP drivers were always so angry? When I moved to Edenvale, discovered what it was like to drive on roads where people know how to drive. You came back to Cape Town on holiday and you knew why. Yes, and I find it so funny because even the people living in Cape Town, like the ones that have been to Johannesburg or like Gauteng, they know how awful the drivers are in Cape Town. How you doing, Sona? Okay, so I have... Man. Let's see. I don't know if it would be... I'm kind of just winging this. I'm not too sure what to do. Also, what does KML stand for? Because you type it a lot, and I just realized now I have no idea what you're saying. Yoda, whenabouts do you think you'll be having dinner? Oh, killing yourself laughing? Okay, so like laughing your ass off, but a bit more severe than that. Do I have to... Oh, there we go. My iPhone is found. You waiting for the food to arrive? Oh, you ordered? You're doing great, hell yeah! Playing a bit of Pokemon, then you hopped onto Genshin, you haven't played it in a while? Nice! Much better than playing League of Legends. Both of those games. Much, much better, I think. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, very nice. Okay, hold on. Let's end. Okay, and then I wanna... No. Why am I like this? Oh, no. Wait, what is this thing? Airdroid. We'll get 1-2 fan club in the game. Sorry, that was me. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Your AR is 16? Oh, it's a baby account. Enjoy, enjoy. I miss those days. Hmm. How do I... Can't figure out how to do the Bluetooth one. This is dumb and annoying. I might give up soon. It won't work? Wait, what won't work? The cable might be the best way to do it, but I actually don't have a Lightning to USB cable. At least not a reliable one.
Oh.
Yes.
This is fine.
Yeah, I don't think it'll work. The issue more so than anything else is definitely the sound. I don't know if it's just that game, maybe? No. It's just I guess my Wi-Fi's. Because now even when I have Cookie Run open, it's laggy as hell. Okay. That's fine. It was a trial, it was an experiment. I will keep trying. I feel like for some things it could work, but not what I want to use it for. It's fine. I'll keep trying to figure something out. It's just because it lags on the sound, which is arguably probably the most important part of playing a rhythm game. Wait, where is this? Is this at the top? It is at the top. Yeah, it wouldn't be able to. Loads of options out there. Yeah, the only problem is finding things that work with iPhone. Because there's lots for Android, but iPhone is a little bit more fussy by the looks of it. And there's a lot of like paid services as well. But I would need a free one. So... And it's definitely not something I could play on PC. Sleepy goat. I did watch someone play it on a... Oh, thank you for the balloons. Hey, Bubble. I saw someone playing it like their camera was facing down. And they were playing on like a tablet or something. But that seems like an awful idea.
私は大丈夫です。それよりも、まずは大事な話をしましょう。帰った後、パイモンさんから聞いた状況を細かく分析しました。溺れた人を助ける。
The Switch Lite streaming option, right?
この2点に関しては、
Basically, actually.
人でも千人でもできる人
You
は
messed
少な
up?
くない
Why?
と
Because
し
you
か
did
言えま
balloons
せん。
instead of bubbles?
けれど、そ
Thank you
の
for
音
the
楽
bubbles
が
bubbles.
人に生死の境にいる現状さえも忘れさせ、気がつけば岸辺に戻っている。
So embarrassing. How could you?
おそらく普通の人間は曲に秘められた戦力を感知できない上、彼自身の体周辺に漂っていた力の源もわからなかったために、こういった曖昧な描写になったのだと思います。この話が確かならば、きっと本物の仙人が手を差し伸べて助けてくれたのでしょう。 フォンテーヌで言い伝えられた話はまさか
Hey
本当だ
Momo,
った
thank you
の
for the
か？
lurkies.
でもあいつらの想像してたその女性の姿ってどんな感じだったんだろうな。おいら気になるぞ。あれ、それならカウと一緒じゃないか。ちょっとは根拠もあるってとこだな。そういえばふと気になったんだけど、もし今からカウが同じように人を助けるとしたらどんな風に助けるんだ？
is bananas.
Ayana,
Ayana, yes.
This
shit is
人を
bananas.
岸辺まで
Ayana,
引き上げ
Ayana,
た
yes.
のはどこか近くの木の後ろにこっそ
That
り
was
隠
me,
れて
Puppety.
相
That
手の
was
状
actually
況を
me.
観察すると思います。
I didn't write the song,
そして
however.
そ
I
の
just
人
made
が
the
私で
noise.
あることを確認したらこっそり離れます。わかったぞ。カンはいいことをしても名を残そうとはしないタイプなんだな。いいえ、説明するのもとても面倒ですし、人からの好意を受け取ることも苦手ですので。おお、だったら当時の仙人もそう考えたんじゃないのか？だから何にも言わずに言っちゃったんだ。ふん。わらわはたまたま通りすがっただけ。ついでに助
You
けた
found
ま
the
でだ。
song, the raid song.
多くを語るでない。凡人ごときのせいで危うく金を引く今日が冷めるところであった。パイモンさんのモノマネ少し龍雲神君に似てますね。私の知る限りでは龍雲神君は楽器の演奏を得意とはしていませんが、だからといって彼女である可能性が
Trying
完
to
全
read
に
something
否
in
定で
English
きる
while
わけで
listening to
はあり
people
ま
talk
せ
in
ん。
Japanese is the most distracting thing. I was reading
今から
something?
木造さんに行
Question
っ
mark?
てシン君を見つけて
Ganyu
聞
was
いて
just
みる
going
の
off
も
and I
いい
could
です
not
ね。
concentrate.
そうすれば直接確認できますし、
The thing that you're
それ
reading,
に
does it require concentration?
私は DUA 校に長く居すぎたせいで仙人との関わり合いも少
Looking
ない
for
の
it,
です。
find it. Use this app to cross
こういう
iPhone,
こと
iPad,
を聞き
PC.
たいなら
Ooh, error
一
scrolls.
番詳しいのは
Let
彼
me
女
open
で
it
しょう。
while Ganyu's going off.
龍
Let
雲
me
神
see.
君とも仲良しだし、今回は食べ物を持って
Oh,
いかなく
actually,
て
you
もいい
mentioned
よ
this
な。
one before.
お祭りの手土産はもう準備しました。ただ、はい。しんくんはいつも閉じこもって仕掛けの
And I
術ば
think
か
I
り
looked
研
at
究
it,
してい
but I
て、
didn't look at it
ずっと孤
too
独で
long.
す。人と話す機会があれば、
Because I
しん
wasn't
く
sure
ん
if I
は
had to pay for it. I was like, bitch, I won't
仕方あ
pay.
りません。もうドボルザークさんを
Ganyu
助
is
け
a
るとお
Luna
約束
stan?
しましたから、
Wait, what?
契約は成立してしまいました。悩んでいるわけにはいきません。お二方とも今す
It's
ぐ
a
龍雲
novel.
神君の同点へ出発しましょう。
A novel of sorts.
カンはどうやらすっごい
You have to
決心
pay?
を
Well,
した
that's
み
why
たい
I
だぞ。
briefly looked at it
こ
before
いつ
and
の気持ちもわかる
didn't
よ
use it.
な。じゃあもし今年も龍雲神君がまた世間話をするなら、オイラたちの方で話題をずらしてやろうぜ。あれ、もう姿が見えないぞ。おーい、カン、オイラたちを置いていかないでくれ。
I know what kind of stories you read, Puggy. Let's see. I just want to see. I want to go steal Ray's cable quick. Because the problem is, when I got my new phone, it's so annoying. So it's what, USB-C to the other USB, and I'm just like, this uses the lightning one though, so I can't use that cable. I can only use that cable for the fucking charger. You gonna return later? No worries, emulator. In the interim, hope you have a super fantabulastically awesome stream. Thank you. That was very hard to read. Tell him I said hi, I will. You only read the highest quality literature, a very graphic novel. That's exactly what Buggy likes to read. Don't ask me why I cancel navigation there. Because I have another cable, it just doesn't, It was a cheap boy that I got to use with my power bank, but with how often I need to use my power bank, your boy did not hold up very well. It had words. I mean, listen. The stuff you read definitely has words in it. However, there's a lot of things going on. I don't think Jargon was saying that you read a picture book. I think we're implying something else there. But yes, be right back. Let me just go see if I can steal it. And by steal, I mean bottle. The pictures are very important. Yeah, definitely. The only problem is playing with the cable end is kind of annoying. Okay. Oh, shut up. Oh, and also, I miss so many messages because I almost always have Do Not Disturb on. because if I get a notification while I'm playing a fucking song, it just breaks the whole song. And I'm like, please give me peace. So I actually miss a lot of messages doing that. Yeah, you had to play with a cable in when doing Quickie Run? Oh man. Where's my camera? Where's my face? Hi guys, I'm still here, I promise. Okay, let's try again, but we're gonna try with the couple. The couple this time. USB. Yes, let's go. You need to purchase... I need to Well, fuck it. Fuck it all. It's not happening. I'm just gonna go lay in bed and cry now. Bye, guys. Very short stream. It's time to cry now. Only cry. I'm just gonna set up my other webcam. And y'all are gonna have to watch me play it. Purchase what? The freaking app that I want to use. I have to pay. They don't have a I'm a broke bitch option, so that's not gonna work. So it's the app that I'm trying to use to cast to my PC. I'm gonna see if I can find other alternatives that have a free option. If I swipe to see the time or something, even during loading the song. Yes, you get DC'd. I tried to switch to like Do Not Disturb and you get DC'd for that. And I'm just like, well. Hi Cupcake. You're new? Hi new, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Since we don't know you.
しんくんは普段からほとんど外出しません。昔からお祭り期間中はいつも他の仙人たちの方が彼女の元を訪れていました。はい。落ち着いて考えさえすれば シンくん
There
は
is
様々
ball
な状
kicking
況に
going
対
on
応できます
outside.
から
You've had a
心
poo
配す
day?
る必要はあ
I'm
りま
sorry
せ
to
ん。
hear that, Cupcake.
ここが無駄足だったなら
I hope your evening is
次
better.
は他の仙人の同点を片っ端から訪問していくべきかもしれません。まだ走るのか？
We literally teleport Paimon. Shush.
わかった。いい考えを思いついたぞ。パイモンさん、どうぞ。
16 hours, no power, and a slashed wheel? What the fuck? Why the slashed wheel? Sorry to hear that, man. Holy shit. That's actual complete bullshit. There's about to be a lot more ball kicking outside if they keep it up. We've already, Ray, like, stood up on the wall and he was like, go play somewhere else. And now I hear them again. You just got home? What is wrong with people? At least fucking steal it if you're gonna be an asshole. Why slash it? For what fucking purpose? I can't imagine that you would have pissed off anyone, so like... That's just malicious as hell for no reason. I'm not saying I wish your tires got stolen, but I feel like it would be a lot more understandable if it did happen. Walter Pro! Thanks for wasting your points on a redeem that's not gonna work. Also, go shout at those kids for me, please. Because they're back on their bullshit. Bad luck day? Sorry, Cupcake. Well, you know what? That's all your bad luck for the year, so I hope the rest of your year is much better. Where the fuck does it want me to swim to? Oh. You'll have to work on your shouting voice. Can you stand upright and walk in a straight line? I'm one. How am I? Cupcake. Oh! The little birdies. Yeah. Cupcake, I don't know. I'm still annoyed by these neighbors' kids. They just don't fucking learn. I had another fucking ball in my yard. How many fucking times does this have to happen? Oh, thank you, Poverty. So yeah, they kind of ruin my mood. They kind of irritate me every single fucking day, so... Why is she so shy around them? The violence again. You have gamers back, so standing upright is difficult. Yeah, that's actually fair. Shrimp. You've tried everything else, have I though? They only understand kicking. Aww. Grumpy boy. Not this small boy telling us all. Lemon! I love that video where it's Xiao eating a lemon. Very funny. For no reason other than it's lament, but just before he gets to that. So it sounds very angry.
最後に会ったのはいつですか？今日だ。朝早くに出かけ。
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I love it.
先方で鍋の形をした仕掛けを守っているのを見た。おそらく利水定山神君へ送るものだな。
You haven't seen it? Oh my god. I see it all the damn
詳しくは
time.
聞いておらぬ。
That's so dumb.
さっきはちょうどい
If I see it
な
again,
か
I'll
っただ
send
け
it
だっ
to
たの
you.
ですね。とり
I
あ
wonder
え
if I've
ず
sent it to
皆
Mal.
さんはこのまま話し
It's
ていてくださ
entirely
い。
possible.
私は手土産を同店へ置いてきます。すまぬ。
Shanna, can you please come back? Girl.
今の感じ、神格とカンはだいぶ仲良くなったんだな。
It's been 84 years since we had a banner
夏と
for
冬
her.
は師匠と共に修行し、残りの時間はリーユエコーで
You're my main purveyor of Genshin videos. Yeah, I just send you
彼女は我のために
all the dank
町での
memes.
住処を手配して、いくつかの仕事まで進めてくれた。だが我が彼女の周りにいる人間の真似をして、カンウ先輩やカンウお姉様と呼んだら、やめてくれと言われてしまった。学ばねばならぬこともあれば、学んではいけないこともある。覚えるのが大変だ。なるほど、覚えたぞ。そういえば、二人が師匠に会いたいというのは、探している仙人と関係があるの
There's
か。
like a weird crunching noise in the background every now and then.
あ、神格は山で修行してる時になんかの音楽を聴いたりしてないか？
音楽とは、なんだ？
Finally, Yoda's having
喜ば
dinner.
せたり落ち着かせたりする声とか。
行ってきました。シン君は
Was it the
おきて
frog
紙を
making
見
that
れば
noise?
私たち
I
を
just saw a
見つけら
frog
れます。
running in the background.
便利だな。
ちょうど音楽の話をしていたところだ。それのことなら毎日聞こえる。
本当かよ。
Bless her. This child that doesn't know anything. As to her? Does Azzy make music? Oh no, not frog. Not big frog. Small frog. Small green frog. I thought you were saying, you want to call in sick? Are you prepared to kill your bosses? Also, hi Nabil, how are you? What AR are you? I'm doing good, Nabibbles. How about you? Have you been good? You surviving the week? I can't believe it's Wednesday already.
いつもここで
The time seems to pass so weirdly when there's load shedding that I'm like never fully aware of what day it is. You're not surviving? Oh man, this is not a good week.
どうしよう。おいら耳がダメになっちゃったかも。
My condolences.
そんな。ってそんなわけあるか。ちゃんとお前の声は聞こえてるぞ。でも音楽って一体どれのことだよ。
鳥が鳴いて水の音がサラサラ。このような落ち着く音は主らが探しているものでは
Bless
ない
her,
のか。
sweetheart.
あ、おいらさっき話の途中だったぜ。もうおいらが悪かったよ。神格、おいらたちが探しているのは自然の音とかじゃなくて楽器とかで奏でる旋律のことなんだ。
旋律？
The camera angle was amazing. I was lost for words there.
あのな、 お前が自分で
Paimon and a big old titty. Because I was looking at it and I was like, whoa! Covers like a very big part of the screen.
そしたらわかりやすいし。
Okay, wasn't expecting that.
それって、この前ウンキンが劇で歌ってた歌か？
They literally have VAs for the characters. Why do they not speak? At the very least, you could have sung there. I'm so
過去に戻っ
confused.
たような気分になった。目を閉じれば、空を舞う満天の小灯が目の前に浮かんでくるような。まるで
What are
また
the
皆
what are
と
the
一緒に
VAs for?
軍玉
If not
閣
for
で
that
祝
very
杯をあげ
purpose
ているかのようだ。運金のステージを
of
見たとき、
voicing the character.
胸の中が温かくなって、
Small indie company can't afford it.
酒が腹に
Can't
入
afford
る
to
時
pay
さ
the
えも
main character to
温
have a
かさを
voice.
感じていた。今日再び主からこの歌を聴いても、当時の気分はまるで変わらぬ。音楽
God damn
に
it.
これほどの力があるとはな。
神格、オイラが思ってたよりもずーっといっぱいの感想が出てきたな。音楽って確かに人にいろんなことを思い出させるよな。まるでオイラたちが今まで経験してきたすべてのきらめく瞬間をギュッと濃縮してくれてるみたいだ。カンはどうだ？何か印象に残る旋律とかないか？
両親が子守歌を歌ってくれたことがあるかどうかはもう覚えていません。リーエの民謡以外に今思い出せるのは不当の船員たちの歌声。
I hate it when a website when you're just trying to read something and then it suddenly says log in and I'm like, no, I don't want to. Let me read. News sites that do that were created by the devil. So I think there's a subreddit called Saved You a Click, and I read a lot of things there because I just can't be asked. So there's a lot of, looks like there's a lot of apps, but like whether or not they're reliable or like jumpy like the last one I used, debatable.
その通りです。
That's an instant back button and find a new one for me, right?
距離感を感じていました。民衆にとって私は人
Like,
でな
oh,
いもの
you want to
で
give
し
me
ょ。
cookies? No, goodbye.
私は人の芸術や感
There's
情を
one
う
called
まく
Lonely
理解でき
Screen.
ず、その生活に溶け込むこともできませんでした。少なくとも以前の私はずっとそう思っていました。でもだんだんそれらすべてが自ら思い込んだだけの
Whoa,
束
it's
縛
even
のようなもの
advertising me
な
a
のではない
Chinese
か
one.
と薄々感じるよう
That's
になりま
crazy.
した。
There's a
それ
lot
らの
of
旋律から
apps
私が
though.
感じたものは他の人が感じたものと大した違いはありません。太陽が昇って月が落ちて日々の
Phone
出来
screen
事
to
や
smart TV.
人情の移り変わり、
What if my TV's not very smart?
出身が違ってもみんなそれぞれの生活を過ごしていても
Terrible app. Okay,
と
cool.
ても平
Moving
凡な日
swiftly
常があ
along.
って街で見聞きすることがあって結局みんな同じですよね。
そうだな。カン
A
も
lot of the
早
new
く
sites
歩
are
み
dumb
始
and
め
you
よ
can
うぜ。
delete the element and keep
Oye,
reading.
como
But
dato
some are
de
smart and
casa y
break the
ahora
site if you do that. What a bunch of
Esto.
assholes.
上司は置いといて。
Mirror is
格
30
差とか
seconds
神格とか
behind
はどう
screen.
だ？
Oh, Jesus.
あいつらだってそうだろ？
そう我は友達だ。同じ死についていることを考えれば
Why is this so
兄弟
painful?
弟子としてお互いに呼び合うべきなのだろうが
Do you have to
我が
cast it
友
to a
達の意
TV?
味を理解した
To
今
a smart TV?
我らの関係は 友達と言った方が近い気がする。
Hey yo, I just want one that doesn't fucking lag, bro. Am I
あり
asking
がと
too
うござい
much?
ます。春になって花が咲いたら、国生を連れて共に我が家へ遊びに来るとよい。さまざまな花を植えているから、中には主が好むものもあるはずだ。そんな、申し訳ないです。友達なのだから遠慮する必要はない。栽培や手入れの方法はすべて主
The
が
app I'm
教えて
looking
くれ
for
た
doesn't
通りになっ
exist.
た。
That's great.
だから主が意見してくれれば、次はもっといいものができるはずだ。鑑賞用のものは分けておくから、残りは全部食べていい。それでは先にお礼を
Why
言
does
わ
it
せて
seem
くだ
so
さい。
fucking dodgy?
ここはお言葉に甘えてと言った方が正しいのでしょうか。そうなのか、我にもわからない。
もうそんなことばっかり気にすんなって。それにしても女子会なのに集まって花を食べようとするなんて、さすがはあの船長の弟子って言うべきか。
Eating flowers.
不敬な真似をしておるのは誰
お
だ。わらわを船名ではなく船長などと呼ぶとはな。
師匠、シン
出た。これぞ天から降りてくる大船長だ。
この方ではなくこれだと。しばらく見ぬうちにお前はますます調子に乗るようになっておらぬか。まあよい、ここはわらわが大人になってやる。関羽の書き置きは受け取った。お前たちが探しているもの
Free
には
version is so
わ
limited,
らわ
it's
も
useless.
心当たりがあ
Damn.
る。
No chill,
どう
bro.
だ、わらわについてくるか。
我にはまだ修行がある。
Let's try this one.
師匠や
What is
主らと共に
Chromecast?
行くの
Is it
は
just
遠慮しておこう。
日が暮れたら
basically what I'm
船府で
trying
わ
to
らわ
do?
を待っておるといい。せっかくの祭りだ。己の思うがままに料理を楽しむのだぞ。
消灯を飛ばしたかったらいつでも来てくださいね。
Yes, bitch, let's go.
解凍祭を祝して。
So is Mau Mau. 'It's like a physical thing that you plug in. Oh, that's what you were using to play Genshin on your TV, right? I hate these things where it's like they kind of like force you to subscribe.
大半の者の一生は紙に書いても数行にしかならず、そのほとんどが退屈な物語なんじゃ。
Do you use HDMI? Oh. Not often. Yeah, it sounds like a bit of a pain to set up if it's something that moves around for any amount of time. This also goes through web browser. Let me just give this one a try. What is this? Okay. So hot. But my hair clip is annoying. I don't want to put my head back. Shush, malware bites. There are still little gremlins playing outside at this hour. It is pitch black outside. Has this thing just crashed? At this hour. Hi Hassan! Guess who finished today? Hell yeah! Thank goodness. Now you said you have like a month off? I don't understand how this app works at all. Oh, you at your girlfriend's house? I don't want to ask what you guys are up to. Oh, this browser's not supported. Thanks for just saying loading for the last 5 minutes instead of just saying that from the get-go. Very appreciate. But is it playing the sound? No. It's playing the sound through my phone. Oh, hold on. No, you guys can't hear it. That's confusing. Wait, hold on. Okay, we're good. There's so many noises. Sorry. So I had it muted on my side, so I actually couldn't hear my desktop sound. Sorry. Alright, let's see. The sound is fine, but this is the one where you have to pay, so I don't know how well this is gonna work. Oh. Because this, I think this is the one that Dan sent as replica. Summoning Peggy with this song because she hates it. And here's one that she likes. Netflix and chill. Safer? Nah, not her son. Hi, Shinigami. Your brain needs a break? Yes, yes, I agree. Some good food. This one? Oh, that does sound much better. Well, I'm gonna play a little bit of this until why does this work when Yoda is back? Oh, for fuck's sake. I was gonna say I'm gonna play this until people sort their shit out and they're ready to... It's fine, I'm gonna play anyway. What is it called? Colorful Stage? Is this the Hatsume Miku thing? Wait? What do you mean wait? It's loud? Too loud. So, I don't need to hear. Too loud? Is that fine? Contesting with you? Oh. Is it still too loud? Nice hair? Thank you. My hair is nice. That's good? Okay, perfect. Puggy, you can't just be saying wait. And then leave me hanging like that, girl. Can we play a custom room with 2 people? I can't make custom rooms. I don't think. Oh wait, that's pro room that I can't do. I can do this. The only option is general room, like, okay. You got an A in everything except one subject? That's insane, Hassan. How? Damn, congrats, that's insane. Oh, why did I click on the PC screen? Sakes, man. Anyway. Matchmaking failed? Kiss my ass, man. What the hell? There we go. Wait, maybe I can just invite Buggy. You got a B+ because you didn't study and you got a B+? Damn. Couldn't be me. Hassan is very smart. This boy getting these marks. Wait, but it just says co-op show. What are we doing? Do we get to pick? Or I don't know how this works. Are we doing potatoes? And also, is this gonna use energy? Oh, drop pop candy's good! I don't think I've tried hard yet. Be nice, guys. This is maybe a side of me that some people don't know. I fucking love Vocaloid. Oh, Jesus Lord. This is not even the hardest one. I'm not joking when I say fuck flick notes, because I can't. Nah. Puggy carrying hardcore. Mistakes are made. This is a very cute song though. It's like one of my favorites to play if I'm playing with other people. But not at this difficulty, goddamn. Is it Danae? DeVito? How are you doing? God damn. Yay! Look at Puggy's score versus mine. Oh my god, that was cuck hard. Let's see. Sorry guys, I had to like hardcore intensely focus. It is Danae? Okay, I wasn't sure. Because I was like, I know it's not Dane, because we've had this discussion already, and of course I forgot. How are you doing? I hope you're surviving the heat in this country at the moment. It's mad shit. Oh, you get rewards for this? Oh, damn. Play the intense voice of Hatsune Miku? I don't know that song. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if I have that. There's one song that I keep coming across and I fucking can't stand it. Oh, here it is. What the hell is this? You're also melting? Yeah. just South Africans in general. We have no electricity and we are melting. That is it. Bro, even on easy, what level is it? Okay, level 9's not too bad. You can't play this on hard? Fuck. Yeah, hey. I don't know if I can play it on easy. Here's Puggy's favorite one. Do you want to play more, Puggy? I'm gonna play on normal though, because like I suck. I can't do the flick, man, until I've like learned how to do it. Slothson, thank you for the follow and welcome to the party. Okay, how did I do this again? It wasn't solo, was it? It was co-op. And then you create a room. There we go. Let's go. Flick, so you have to flick up. It's the ones that point up. There's like ones that have little arrows and you have to flick up. When it's slower, it's a lot easier. But like when you have to like do it when it's fast, I can't. My brain just switches off. So like I've been trying to go over to hard because there's a lot more, I want to call them like mechanics in hard. There's some mechanics in the like simpler one, the normal level that I like to do, because easy is too easy. I don't know if you remember with the BTS ones, when you did the lower level ones, it was hard to do because you're trying to press to the beat, but you go too quick. So that's a problem I keep having. Oh, so it does use your energy and everything. Oh. Can you see the code there, Puggy? Oh wait, I can just invite you. What am I doing? Lol. Here's my other bestie. Their name is gay as fuck for real. And the reason why they're my bestie is because their cards are the inverse of Puggy's. And now I ship those two accounts. So. That's how it be now. Also, Slothson, do you play this? Because I've only started playing recently and I have no idea what I'm doing. But I'm having fun doing it anyway. But yeah, I'm just trying to learn the songs. Oh, the one song that I can't stand. It's like, it's time to Dance Dance Revolution, not quite. Is it? I think it's one of their songs. Oh wait, this one. I'm so sick of this song. I'm so sick of it. Isn't this a song about suicide? How hard is this? 18? I think not. You ran out of time? Oh, I'm sorry. Such a lovely song about suicide. I like this one a lot though. I've full comboed both the easy and the normal already, so. I kind of wish I'd found this when we were still doing the BTS event. But I don't know how long I'm going to be able to use this app either way. Because it's a free one as well. Hello? Why did it stop working? Oh, guys, I'm not even joking. We're gonna get disconnected now. But, oh, you guys can't see because it says free test period expired. I'm not even joking. It's like 15 minutes only. It's not gonna show you guys, but in any case. Connection lost. 15 minutes! Please be serious. Please actually be serious. I was fucking jamming, man. Okay, we found another app that is cuck. It works well, but yeah, I'm not paying. You're free to decline. I'm gonna decline. Goodbye. I can't believe they expect me to pay for their app. It's like 300 bucks or something. I don't have 300 bucks. But also the other app that I was using wasn't working either. So. App reviews with Tato. Expects me to pay? Not happening. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything else that I can use. Because they all want me to pay or they're laggy as fuck. So I have two options there. Not use it or not use it. Sorry, Puggy, but we can definitely play more together. Oh, I'm not logged in for my captions, but for some reason it still works. Even though I'm not logged in at all. I'm like, how is it? Is it just listening to me all the time? Anyway, actually, hold on. I just realized now I condensed all my resins. I'm gonna have to use condensed resin or that other resin, fragile resin. Who needs boss kills? It didn't DC the room, you still had to finish the song. No ways! You had to finish by yourself. I'm sorry, Puggy. We doing baby bosses? It depends if the baby's online, I guess. Is the baby online? Sorry, Puggy. That's so funny. Oh my god. To be fair, I have been left in things by myself before, and I was just like, why has no one else got any combos? And I was like, oh, I'm alone. Justice for Puggy? No, Puggy's fine. We call them baby bosses and then die? It's fine, I do like that sometimes. The baby is not online. The baby doesn't want boss kills? Mao? I have one earphone in, so I could hear you complaining as I was sweating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Puggy. That's fun though, like being able to play with people. I just wish the free the free trial was in 15 minutes. Fuck man, this is actually so annoying. Like, why can't I just find something that something that fucking works? You got a B? I have the one time I got an A, one of the people disconnected and so we no longer had an A, and I was like, how does that make sense? Your iOS screen will show you on your computer. Shut the fuck up. I don't have iOS on my PC for a reason. No emulator needed. Shit money to get app. Yay. Those are my favorite kinds of apps. I understand that they put a lot of work into it and someone went and made the thing, but I don't have that money. Bitch. You starting up Genshin? Alright, it's fine. We'll wait for Mau Mau. I'm gonna put on some other music so we can straight vibe, because apparently we're not allowed to listen to Hatsune Miku. Impacto! You made dinner? Nice. Was it spaghettis again? You having spaghettis? Did you have another cucumber? Connecting your iPhone to Windows 10 is quite simple. Why do I think that's a fucking lie? You made an actual meal? What is this actual meal? Cucumber's top tier. The only thing is, Jargon, this boy ate an entire cucumber along with his dinner. But bit it from the side several times before getting to the end. So, you know. How to mirror iPhone to PC via USB. Because I feel like that would maybe work. Lonely screen! You can bite the side and use it as a I'll ban both of you. Both of you don't deserve that sword. You're allergic to cucumbers? Oof. You need to be careful when eating salads then. Okay, let me try and not cry because I'm wearing makeup, so I don't want it to mess up, you know. Why is this so complicated? You want me to subscribe? Oh, kiss my ass. Well and truly kiss my ass. In fact, you may go so far. No, I'm joking. They didn't do anything wrong.
WBN Banner did nothing wrong, donated $50. You won't have, or whatever.
Weapon Banner did nothing wrong. Do I? I feel like what is in cucumbers to be allergic? Aren't they like water? Cucumbers and olives? But not pickles. What the fuck is going on? Thank you, Weapon Banner did nothing wrong. I know exactly who that came from. Okay, hold on. Oh, even worse, this is a subscription one? Nay, bro. Was it the one that Dan was mentioning earlier, or is this a different one? Welcome back, Hooded! Wait, what's the time? What is 7:45? Fuck. Wait, let's see if this works. I just want to play my fucking Hatsune Miku game. Am I asking too much? Possibly. Oh! Some kind of chemical change that happens during... Wait, what? What the heck? How am I supposed to do this? Control center on your iPhone. My god. Guys, I honestly don't have the brain power for this. It's like, you need to have money, brains. Those are the only options. What the fuck? This thing doesn't have AirPlay? Is it like a thing that I have to download, or...? Ah, you have some weird raw veggie allergy? You make your Shinigami, please. I know eating vegetables is normally a good thing, but don't be doing that. I know that, cooking definitely does... It, like, kind of, like, breaks down some things. I don't understand. It says open control center. And then tap on AirPlay. There is no AirPlay. Apple TV remote? Mm-mm. Nada. Hmm. Hey, yo. Whoops. I clicked back into Genshin. What is happening? Not much, apparently. Actually, let me turn on sound because we once more sitting here in the dead silence because I'm trying to figure something out because there's a mobile game that I want to play on stream, but I fucking can't. GG's. Sorry, guys. Make it make sense. Is it because I don't have... Do I need to update my software? Couldn't be, right? Also, can I just say I fucking hate iCloud. I literally cannot figure this out. I give up for now. None of these things make sense. I'm trying to figure them out now while I'm on stream. Probably not the best way to do it. Hi back, I'm bad. Fuck those clouds, I agree. The iClouds in particular. Fuck them. We don't need them. And we can pause that again because we're going back to Genshin. Is Mao on? Is my friend list just not updated? There he is. Okay. We're gonna go kill some bosses. What the fuck is wrong with my ping, bro? Okay, my ping is fine now. Not this one. Okay, Mao, what bosses are we killing this week? You're dead? I doubt that. I very much doubt that. So we're just gonna help Mao with his kills first. And then we'll do big boy runs. Same thing we do every week. Try and take over the world. Let's go start with the frog. I'm gonna hate my life. Let's see if these change when Mao gets here. Of course they change, for fuck's sakes. I think I'm gonna bring... Cryo? Anyway, sorry about all the back and forth there, guys. I honestly don't know. I don't know what to do about that. How to get it to work. Because it's being a pain in all of my assholes. Look how beautiful she is. Oh! remember when Smear came out and that said never again? Bubble, it's like you make a comment, but you don't actually watch my stream.
刀は技を支え、匠は宝を有す。
Because I'm helping people kill bosses. What are you talking about?
ピクピク。
You just come here, you talk shit, and then you leave. Make it make sense, Bubble. You should only have one of those, but I'm no doctor. Her son's a doctor. Her son, can a person have more than one butthole?
手元に葉があるのなら、拙者が草笛で一曲奏でよう。
Oh. I'm gonna say unless you want to bring someone else, but it's fine. I don't need to kill Azdaha. I don't claim. But I'm helping other people kill their bosses. We do this every Wednesday. Generally. Can a person have more than one butthole? Wow, fuck this guy. I'm saying you're a good person? Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me why I was fighting him, and I was like, bruh. I do it every Wednesday with Mal, besides last week, because I didn't have electricity, wasn't feeling good, something. You hope your Diona is good enough? I hope so too. I hate this phase. Literally just here to waste my life force, my energy, my flux. Also, you're not allowed to quote things written in chat. That's just, Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die. Cool. I died. I think we can abandon that. I'm trying to think what would work better there. Thing is, like, there's not enough. I mean, we can try again, but should be fine. I don't know. We can try again. Mal, this is why we want you to get to world level 8. The stomps killed me? Yeah, they did, yeah. I'm just used to having Kokomi heals, I guess. Because normally when we do that boss, well, when we used to do that boss, that's what we would bring. What the? I got stuck on him being under the ground. Oh, I also don't have my Rosaria, so I have like no crits. That makes a lot more sense. So I'm not doing as much damage as I should be doing. Woof. Jesus Lord. Bruh, why are you walking? What an asshole. Fucking frog man. Oh, yeah, yeah. What was that lag? He got stomped and then he got yoinked backwards. Walking is healthy for you? Must walk? No. Couldn't be me. Guys, mega asshole. The assholiest of assholes. Give me energy, you fuck! God damn. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to fight this on my own world, because fuck this noise. Jesus Lord. Goodbye! I'm done! I hate that boss so much. Such a pain. Okay. The next boss we're gonna go to... We haven't done Tartaglia in a while, right? I can't spell. You hate him? Yeah, understandable. All the Geo things, the Geo bosses, the Geo cube, the dog papa snake boy, fuck him. So it's Signora and Raiden, right? Trying to think. Kokomi for the rest. I might bring Raiden, even though she's scuffed as all hell. She's a lot of fun to play. Whoop, goodbye, Mao. Although, depends what Mao brings. Mao... Let me bring... Let me bring Nana, actually. Mao brings... Yeah. I think this is fine. Nana destroys all the things. Why am I stuck in a cutscene? What is this? Scam. Actual scam. Getting stuck in someone else's cutscene. This is my house now, bitch. The only problem, I guess, with playing Nahida is the short legs. And of course I've gotten 2 in a row. Because why wouldn't I have? Ow! Ow, you bastard! Yamete kura stop! Ooh! Thank you for the jellyfish. No! My thing popped. Ah, frames! Yeah, bitch!
風の歌雲の行くごと風をし
Burn, baby, burn! Where the fuck did she go? I hate her so much. Can you just sit in one spot? Please and thank you. Three hole IQ tonight. That's what I've got. Ooh, ow, ow, ow. Spicy. The floor is spicy. Get her, Mal! Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. We'll get her next time. Nice. Okay, and now the last chuckle fuck Raiden. Let's motherfucking go. I think we can go with the same comp for this one. She do the cha-cha? Yoink. So pretty. Why doing bosses in co-op? Isn't it just easier to do it solo? So I'm helping people. Or trying to. So every Wednesday, I help people with their boss fights. This is Mao. And then I do the level 81, just not that I need help to kill the bosses, but just doing it with friends. So I'll do it with like Yoda. Ow! Jesus Lord, woman. Relax. Thoroughly whooping my ass. Me, achieved. No chill, lady. No chill. What? Oh, right, this thing. Did we get it? And by we, I mean jargon. Because I didn't do shit there. Go! Otherwise, I'll never get bosses. Yeah. They can be a little bit tough for some people, which is why I offer the help. Oh, sorry! I got short legs. What do you want from me, lady? Wait, call for me, go. Oh, did we get that one? Ah. Also, Mao, how did you type that? No? Did Mao die? Oh, Mao. If you can, try and raise your kazoo. But really, just stay alive. That's all we need. Miko! Oh, Miko died twice. Whoops. I have no idea how big this room is. Oh yeah, I wanted to try something. Oh my god, that actually works. If you use her her skill, you can avoid those things. You just need to time it like so that you can actually like go over the last one. It can help you get the achievement if you haven't gotten it yet. Because I actually watched a video of people dodging mechanics with it, and I was like, no fucking way! And then they went and did it, and I was like, holy shit! I'll take that. Imagine dying. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. Alright, Mal. Do you need anything else before we depart? Do you need to know domains or boss kills, other things? Couldn't be Mao. Especially Mao, but that's fine. Say, don't I kill bosses together faster than I kill them alone? Yeah? You want Crimson Witch? What do you want Crimson Witch for? Yangfei? Crimson Witch is in Leo. Crimson Beach. I think that's mostly true. Because I know Ray and our fastest clear of a domain was 26 seconds, but I don't think I could get that by myself simply because of cutscenes, like your character skills. They take up so much time, man. It takes Ayaka forever to cast because of that. Ooh, cryo. Would I? Yanfei is disappointing you? Fair enough. You not bringing Yanfei. So please, give me peace. Yeah, that's fine. Oh! Hooded! Silence! Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Stop! Stop being a little nonsense. Go find your Dendroculus, actually, Hooded. Come back when you're not being a little shit. Yanfei, Amber, Hu Tao? No, man. I'm gonna get our asses kicked. I keep forgetting that I very much need— What is this lag, bro? I'm hoping these two chuckle fucks stay next to each other. Just hearing Diona in the background. Yeah. You're farming Thundering Fury for your for Kazuha? I almost claimed and I was like, no, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, you also need it? I mean, I guess I could farm Crimson Witch, but I'd rather save for... I've been doing Emblem farm lately. I don't know if Ayaka was the right thing to bring her. It says Ice, but honestly, Hydro would have been like 20 times better. If I had brought Ayato, these things would be dead quick fast. Hello, motherfucker. Thank you for the biddy. Hope you're having a good evening. The domain makes explosions when you melt. I don't know, man. Trying to break these people's shields with cryo is killing my soul slowly. But really not that slow at all. Because I don't think those explosions do anything to this guy's shield. I could be wrong. Of course, this guy got knocked straight out of it. Not you making yourself a bloody nuisance. For fuck's sakes. I literally can't do anything with Ayaka. And I have like a weird lag at the moment. I don't know why, because my ping is fine. Anyway, I still don't know why they recommend cryo and not hydro. Because that explosion really doesn't do much. Internet skill issue? It's not an internet skill issue. Because there's no ping issue. But I don't know if did we leave yet? Just uninstalling those other apps. There we go. A sun skill issue? Yeah. No, it's not GPU. It's something when I do co-op in the game. It doesn't always happen, but there's been weird lag for a while now. Is it because I'm standing in the water? It was because I was standing in the water. Cool. Co-op is a bit wonkadonks. I don't know why, because it happens sometimes with Ray, but not all the time. We had weird lag a while ago, and I think we haven't had it recently. To be fair, I have been playing a lot of Genshin like half asleep lately, because we leave it really late and then I'm like, oh, we need to do Genshin. and then we do it before bed, and I hate my life. Feels nice to actually damage things, goddamn. Man's just yeeted to the other side of the map instead of going to the enemy. Cool. Wow, look at that. Shield is going, gone. When I was co-oping on any of those days, my game was lagging, so not PC was struggling. Oh! Never considered that, because Mao is technically hosting. The thing is, like, I never noticed an issue before. It's just like recently, co-op has felt like very laggy. So I don't know if anything was changed. I think Ray's making coffee. Ah, for fuck's sakes, the power's going out at 10. I needed to fucking remember that. Goddamn. Boink! Also, once we're done with this, if there's any world level 8 boys that want to join for the boss kills, we'll be doing that. Just helping Mao farm some stuffs. I remember when, in the beginning of the game, if you were like co-oping a domain with someone else, sometimes things would just slide across the floor and you could see both enemies and like teammates, they would like slide across the floor and your buddy would be fighting like thin air in the corner by himself. And you'd be like, what the fuck? This motherfucker's making me carry. Meanwhile, there was just actually insane lag in the beginning. It was really funny, but also really sad. You had that happen with Yoda? Was he sliding around? Oh man. That's the best though. Like, because it's funny, but it's also fucking annoying. Oh, you were sliding? Wait, really? You could see yourself sliding? I don't know why I run here every time. I'm not claiming anything. Did you see the Genshin wood block prints they're making? No? Oh, he showed you? Oh, lol. Who's they? Who's they? Who's making what? I heard something about sliding. Hi, Yoda. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, Mihoyo's making it. Okay. I don't know about you guys, but this is a lot less painful for me. Oh, it was on the launcher today? Ah. I don't think I saw it, to be honest. I almost never really look at the launcher. Bum, 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 bum. Nice damage. What's a damage, son? My Ayatul stats are a bit wonky, but I think he does okay. Definitely needs better gear, but it's fine. That's another day's problem. You hate it. It's only because you were being cheeky earlier. That's why I said it. Normally I'll ignore if you make a mistake, because I can figure out what you meant. But I was like, no, let me be cheeky back. You got an EM Sans? Wait, what domain is this? Why my dumbass said Ito gear when I don't even have him? What do you mean? Didn't you farm the clam set anyway? I mean, you would have gotten it either way. Nice. Defense main stat with double crits. I mean, you could put it on Noel, to be fair. But I guess if you're not gonna use Noel, then... Why bother? Oh, are we done those? Nice. Alright. Mao. Goodbye. Thanks for the opportunity to hit things. Alright. Let us go kill some bitches again. But I'm dumb because I already condensed my resin, so I'm gonna have to use this bitch. And one of these. What, you wanna end? No? I mean, I'm gonna be ending in like an hour and a half, unfortunately. Because load shedding things, but otherwise I'm not going anywhere for the moment. What is transient resin? You get it from the teapot. You can't believe it? Talk to my president and ask him why we never have electricity. Alright, big boys, who's joining? It's in his sofa, the electricity. Give me his number and I'll offer him some oil. Son. Alright. I don't know if there's anyone else, well, level 8 that you want to join. We're gonna kill some bosses. They've upped it to stage... Are you fucking joking? Listen, I'm trying to organize my fucking goddamn anniversary stream. And I'm like, okay, once it gets to stage 2, I can actually try and plan around it. Right now, I am not able to. Are you actually being serious? Are we on stage 5 now? Ah! Stage 5 tomorrow? Oh my god. Until Saturday? They can suck a fucking log. Oh. We may need to split the groups. Can we... Rich and Yoda, can we do you guys after? G-Max can go? Are you sure? Do you need boss kills, Rich? Because I'm happy to do like 2 separate groups. Like, it ain't no thing to me. No man, Yoda. You'll only hop in if there's space? Okay, well, Yoda, you can join then. I hesitated because I was like, if we have more people, we can do more groups. Oh my god, all of you shut the fuck up. Somebody better join or I'm gonna rage quit.
Spider-Man.
Thank you, Cupcake. One of you fucks. Hassan, are you joining? Are you world level 8? Both of you shut up and join. Well, Jargon's already here. So Yoda just needs to get his ass in. Wait, wrong account? I know, I saw that, Yoda. And I was like, who's that? You don't know what your world level is? I'm pretty sure it's not 8, Hassan. I'm gonna tell you that now for free. You think it's 3? But Rich, if you do ever, like, because we do it every Wednesday, the only requirement is that you wear pink. No, I'm joking. Hassan, to explain the stages, I'm gonna send you a screenshot of the app that I use to keep track of this stuff. Where's our chat? But this changes all the time. They change the times. They'll make it go up and down. It's very confusing. I hate it. Load shedding is the most bullshit thing that a government could concoct for their people. Honestly, well and truly, the most garbage. What are we rocking here? Look at the little itty bitty bitty. Okay. Are you gonna bring Raiden? This is the comp that I'm using at the moment for everything. Your electricity is back at home? Oh shit! For how long though? No, sorry. That's rude. Because I can bet you anything, if your area is due for load shedding, they will still switch you off. Even if you've been off for a week. They do not give a fuck. No, not mean. Experience. Because they've done that shit to me before. Yoda running straight past the bug. Cool. Whoa, why did the music suddenly get more intense? You feel bad for the stages? Even me, Hassan, I feel bad for the stages. Ah, frames! Fuck you, bitch! Get her, guys, get her! This cow. No, look how close. Ow. Thank you, you agree. What a good boy. I haven't been shed in 2 weeks, but I think I'm in a special area or some shit. Oh, that's very nice, Rich. You don't have to worry about anything. Mao didn't have power for like a whole week or something. I can't remember exactly when his power went off, but yeah, he hasn't had power for quite some time now. Just a sec. Sorry, guys. Ray brought me coffee. As if I fucking need it. I'm gonna be bouncing off the walls. For 8 days? Jesus Christ. Okay. Sorry, guys. Damn. Substation exploded at some point. I think they're a bit scared to turn it off. Oh, so we actually had an explosion. Was it yesterday? I can't remember when. But we had an explosion like in the area. Don't really know what exactly happened, but something caught fire somewhere, as is the usual. Yeah. Oh wait, so it did come back, Mal. It came back after load shedding. Yeah, because they don't actually care. They don't care at all. If interesting group. I didn't look before I clicked. Otherwise I would have brought something else. Just to help the homies a bit more. Oh, Jesus Lord. Woof! I guess he must benefit quite nicely from Nana's buff. You had no idea Ganyu was so low. Oh shit, you died? Oh, sorry Yoda. You tried? Oh man. It came back 2 hours late. Yeah, that's my area. Fucking holy shit. They can't find the button half the time. I don't know if we want to restart. What the hell? Game is scuffed, man. I bypassed the... bypassed the cutscene there. I'll take it. Ow. Cutscene is a fuck anyway. Aw, not that time. Me, I was the fuck that time. Woof! Nay, brew, that's spicy. But I'm glad to hear that the power's back now. Though that shit's fucking... ugh. Fucking stressful, man. This bitch. Bunk. You feel like heading home right now? It's a bit late, Mal. Oh! Do I need more of these? I don't, but I got one any fucking way. That's cool, I guess. Is it not very late to drive now, Mal? I don't know. I feel like, for me, driving at night is like... Not that I drive at night, but like, I worry about people driving at night. I know Ray doesn't like driving at night. Okay, I'll see what people bring here and then I'll make a decision. Pixu! Driving at night in Johannesburg was terrifying because it's dangerous or because potholes. I mean, I guess potholes are dangerous, so you know.
あそこで何か起きたみたい。一目見るだけなら大丈夫だよね。
Interesting. Won't your arms get tired? Oh, because Mal's gonna fly home. I'm used to flying off the handle. Oh my god. You guys better cast your bursts. Oh shit, we're gonna blow this bitch up. Let's go. Yeah, fuck, I can't wait to move. I'm sad, but at the same time, fuck this place. Bit of both. Potholes, barely any streetlights, people with their brights in your face. Whoops! General violence. It was a lot. Yeah, but to be fair, Rich, the drivers in Cape are fucking awful. On a good day, they're awful. Woo! Fukumatsu! What did he say? Oh, we used that one. Ow! Bro. Give me peace, man. Let's go! What happens if you do that now? Does it actually do anything? Do we have someone who can break those robots? I kind of disagree there. You have to fight for your life in Johannesburg. People in Cape Town are polite. Yeah, but they drive really badly. This is just from what I've heard, and including other Cape Townians. That Cape Townians will complain about people from Johannesburg. Johannesburgians, I don't know what they're called. They'll complain about them. But it's more often that Cape Townians will complain about other Cape Townians and how bad they drive. I don't know. They just drive like it's a Sunday drive. They just on their own little planet, on their own little mission, doing their own little thing. Okay, Raiden can't do much to these, but you know. Nice. I don't think I can do anything here. Nice. Where is this fuck? Not gonna lie, I think we were fine. Oh, baby! Let's go! Slap him! Slap him! Get him! Yes! Look at all them numbers! Fuck yeah! It's like a motherfucking rainbow on my screen. That was good, guys. Very nicely done. You've become the aggressive Johannesburg asshole driver. Understandable, and it's because they drive really slowly there. I probably saw it on Reddit, to be fair, because a lot of the things that I read are on Reddit. Reddit or Twitter, that's where I find things. But a lot of people, because I followed the Cape Town one a while ago just to see what people were saying. And there was Cape Townians being like, nah, listen, we're pretty bad drivers. And I was like, how can you say that about yourself? Possibly the worst drivers, though, are the ones from the Eastern Cape. Talk about Sunday Drive. Those guys, no one does it better than the people from the Eastern Cape. I can only say that because I'm from there. They are terrible drivers. They are, in fact, on Sunday drives every day of the week. And they also don't give a fuck that they are. They're like, oh, you need to be somewhere? Shame. That sounds like a you problem. They drive really slowly. I don't know about their awareness. Sorry about insta-death. It's all good, man. There's no worries. We do it together, you know, to combat that. $40? Good God. Listen, I don't like driving fast. I am not a fan. But 40? That's well below any speed limits. I think the only speed limit that's not above is like driving past the school. So what, you want to drive around the whole of Cape Town looking like a pedo? PE vibes. Only the most chill vibes, my bro. Okay, I think for the remainder, because I finished the event, we did the boss kills. Thank you very much, everyone. Does anyone else want to do boss kills? Does anyone need help? Do you need a swift kick up the ass? I offer these services. Just shout. Imagine going 40. How fast is 40 in your numbers? Is that actually fast or not really? I don't know how this works. We're gonna go this way. Right now, I'm just like running around. I'll do any puzzles I come across, but I don't know if I've been past here. I don't see any. Oh no, I've already been past here. It's fine. We're just gonna run past them. Bye, guys. Bye, 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 bye. Yeah, it's sliding up the sand there. Oh, it's not fast? I mean, it's not fast for us either. It's fucking slow. In suburbs, you go like 60. And even then, oh, this guy was running downhill the whole time. My mind is blown. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, I'll grab that while I'm here. Yeah, like I said, if you're going 40, that's very fucking slow. And you will very likely irritate the people around you. At least in Johannesburg. Unless we can see that there's some issue in front of you, if you drive 40, people will angrily overtake you. It's very scary being on the roads, not gonna lie. Is it in the tent? Yoda, you drive 40? So not in this province. Not in this city, please. You're gonna have someone shoot your tires or some shit. You're a grandma. Smurf! Chickeny macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chickeny macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chillin' with the homies. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Smurf, for the raid. How was your stream? And what were you playing? Oh, you were playing only the Donkest of Souls? Oh my god. What were you up to tonight? Were you like doing like story? Were you hunting down bosses? Did you kill all of the bosses? Can you tell I don't know anything about Donk Souls? But yes, welcome raiders. My goodness, there's a lot of you. It's lovely to have you all here. Thank you for coming through on the raid. For those of you that are new here, hi Rome Boy, hi Yes Cup. And thank you for the follow, big guy Chris. My name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. It's my main boo, my main slice. But to be honest, I like playing all kinds of games. I will play like puzzle games, platformers. I'm not so big on the shooters or Donk Souls kind of games. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I also just like talking shit, and I sometimes cosplay and I do stuff. So that's a little bit about me. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, you're welcome to. What kind of games do you like to play? Hunting down them bosses? Hell yeah! On the way to a rather tough one? Oh shit. So wait, what is SL1? I don't know what SL1 is, but... yeah. I want to be honest, I don't play these kinds of games, but I do enjoy watching people play. It's, weirdly calming in a way? To watch someone else suffer? Does that make sense? Makes sense to me. Let's see. Crocodile and... Why are you guys laughing? What's funny, man? What's the joke? Dan's laughing because I watched Dan play. I watch him play the Donkest of Souls. But he's very chill. He's very chill about it. He don't get hangry about nothing. Is it opposite? Did I get it wrong? No, I don't think so. Your PC crashed? Is it okay? Smurf, I'm doing good though. I was asking you, what is SL1? I am not very well versed in the way of... What am I supposed to do? Sorry. Yeah, you were telling me about the Donkest of Souls. Am I missing something? Besides a brain, because that is evident by itself, but am I missing something? Oh, this cheeky. Fuck. Okay, well I can't finish this puzzle anyway. Your PC's okay? That's good. Do I just try and guess it? Or does that thing have to be active? Okay, it's fine. Soul level 1? You're trying to beat the game without leveling up? Oh, hell no, Smurf, you mad as shit. Could not be me. Could not be me leveling up and playing that game. Because I know my bitch ass would die. Anyway, but not leveling up? Does your character, like, level up independently of their gear? Can you, like, get, like, really sick gear and that doesn't count? It's just your character, maybe, like, you can't get stats or something? Like I said, I don't play these games. I just watch people suffer. It's one of my favorite pastimes. Whoop! Guys, I don't want to buy any, but thank you. These Jehovah Witnesses are very, very persistent these days. Ah! Gear has stat requirements, so you'd be able to wear the most basic bitch stuff. No! Okay, I understand challenges, but damn. Nay, brew. Is it fun? Because I don't even want to do a Nuzlocke in Pokemon, and that game's not hard. If any of my Pokemon had to faint, I would just cry and give up. I couldn't. I don't have the heart. I would not have the heart to go on. My god. Nah, that sounds really tough. But as long as you're enjoying it, if that's fun for you, and I guess if you've played a lot of that kind of game, maybe you got some skills. Them dodge skills. Let's not have unnecessary fights. What are those? You can't up your stats unless you have rings that do it. Oh. You can find sick armor, but won't necessarily be able to use it. Oh. You can upgrade your weapon, but you can't use all the big boy weapons. Oh my god. I mean, like I said, as long as you're having fun, that's what matters, right? It's the fastest way to get here. Maybe... I think run up this way. It's a lot of fun. It's your second playthrough. Ah, okay. I don't know. I don't think I could do it. I would not have the guts to do it. I just break down and sob uncontrollably. But I think those kinds of games make people do that anyway. So you're just adding an extra layer, an extra reason to cry. But you get enjoyment out of it at the same time, so, you know. It looks like I'm going the right way, but I honestly thought I'd be going up, not down. Wow. Also, Smurf, how am I supposed to raid you back if you keep ending stream before me? What is this? I'm all about the revenge raids, but I can never raid you back, man. I'm not actually fighting with you. I don't know who that is. Also, if I have any friends in chat who need the poopas, Yoda, do you need poopas? I don't know if the poopas have respawned. I haven't picked any, but, you know. I don't want to fight this guy. Can I avoid? Whoa, that's far down. Oh, there's a tasty looking chest there. Genshin giving us nice things. There's gonna be 3 world quests. You feel so attacked? I'm sorry. I meant that in the nicest way possible. Cause I'm just like, well, how dare you support me? And I can't raid you back? Sad man. But it's fine. I'll get you one day. Ooh. Oh, is the boss underground-ish, kinda? I kinda wanna fight it, just to see what it's like, but I also don't, because I can't be asked. Ooh! Hey, little buddies. They didn't move at all. Cool. This place is so pretty, even though it's mostly sand and some rocks. Oh! Okay. Cool. Whoa, what are those? There's a lot of new, like, overworld little boss dudes. This one's a snake? Huh. Very cool. Ow! Get him, Yao Yao! Fuck him up! Yeah, bunny power! Bitch! Ooh, a chest. Thanks. You have these bonkers stream times and lengths. I just have baby stream at the end of the afternoon. Yeah, I think I might just miss you with the end of my morning ones. And then obviously the evening ones I go on for longer. But it's fine. I'll get you one day. I'll get you back, man. How dare you support me? Huh? The sheer omdamsity. Don't step on snake. I will step on snake. Fuck this shit. Just know she's coming for you. Yeah. You'll get your turn. I will have my revenge. There's repercussions when you raid me. Do you think you can get away without the support? Ah, nice try. Hi back. Did you finish finding all the Dendroculus? What? Get him, Nana, get him. Guys, I really want to try a bloom. Do I just say fuck it and build a wonky donkey bloom team? Yeah, fuck it, actually, hold on. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be hella scuffed, and we're gonna lose our reaction soup. But it's fine, because it's gonna be bloom soup instead. Okay, so we're gonna change this one to this one. And this one to this one. You'll be on the defense? No. You must accept. You must accept. You can't escape the raid. Oh wait, I didn't change teams. Lol. Do you have Nilo? I don't. Shush, you know I don't. What kind of a question is that? Are you trying to hurt my feelings? Nyum. Nyum, 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 nyum. Just get Nilo. Oh my god. Just get good. I'm really hoping... Fuck. I'm really hoping that... Yao Yao works well with Baiju. Because I think that would be fun. Cupcake, what are you doing? The only thing is, how do you get the seeds to pop? Poopa! I just picked up a poopa. Sorry, Yoda. There's a poopa here though. Do you need poopas? Ow. You were just here collecting Dendroculus? Oh, damn. Listening to interesting music. Rare parrot? What? Poopa! You want Poopa? Come get Poopa! There's a Poopa. I accidentally picked up a Poopa, but there's a more Poopa in here. There's the 3 Poopas. Poopers! Look, it's just a Poopa. Poopa! Poopa. How else would you say it? Come, Yoda. Come take your poopas. There might have been more poopas in here. I don't know. I accidentally picked one up because I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a piece of ore on the ground. Whoa, what's that? There's something blue there. It's the forbidden. Don't look. I was just joking, Smurf. I'm assuming it's like from the wormy. It's like the babies of the wormy. We nut. Listen. They cannot be taking us serious. When they named the new boss We Nut, and it's got baby poopers everywhere. Mihoyo, please be serious. Pupa. Yeah, pupa. But I don't think pupa is spelt like that, so I think it's a little bit off from our spelling. Like real world word. That's his poop. Is it actually his poop? They look like little... Let's read what the... Yoda, are you joining today, or... It's nuts. No! Sis, man. Sis! Fail. Betty. Yeah. Oh, I have 8? What the fuck? Husks. The hardened shell protects larval body. There we go. They are lava. There's poopas. It's not poop, it's a poopas. Take your poopas, Yoda, and go. I don't know how many poopas there are. I've accidentally picked up 1 or 2. Oh, it did leave me with Yao Yao and... How do you trigger the seeds to pop, though? That's my question. That's the one thing I don't understand about Bloom. Is Bloom only really effective in fighting bosses? Or does it do pretty good open world damage as well? Get him, Yuge! You gonna lurkies? No worries, friend! Of course, of course. Go get something tasty and relax. Relax. Take it easy. Whoa, there's a big boy there. There's more poopa. There's poopas everywhere! Oh, Jesus! Oh. The fuck? Damn near pooped to myself. Talking about poopers. I'm gonna be the pooper. Hello! Junk. Hitting them with Electro? Yeah, but I don't want Hyper Bloom. I want Bloom. That's the point. There are two more like that? Oh, hell nah. You fell and it got you off track. Oh, you're also farming for the poopers? So I don't want Hyper Bloom, I just want Bloom. Otherwise I would have built Hyper Bloom. And this Oki? Oh, did Yoda aggro him? I'm just exploring. I think my pupas are back tomorrow. What are these? What are those? Weird. Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. Da, 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 da. Do we not get those boys? Can't see where they are. Oh no, they're fuck far. Oh no, I got them. Oh! I said a Dendroculus up there. How do you get there? Yoink! Another yoink! One more yoink! And we're there. I'm not too much looking for the Dendroculi at the moment. It doesn't feel like there's much point in getting them. We don't get more stamina. Can't explode Dendro cores. Oh, just Hydro and Dendro. Oh, what is the point of Bloom? I still do not understand that typing at all. Let's go down the hole. Because we're a menace. Yoink! Unless you use Nilo, who gives bountiful cores instead of Dendro cores. Oh, really? So you essentially you need Nilo or fuck you, is what you're saying. Have I done... I have, okay, we're good. Exploration percent? I mean, I guess. Whoops. Mans is hyper blooming himself. Nice. How the hell is it 4 AM already? You've just been fardassing around. Oh no. No worries, Yoda. I ain't using them. Someone might as well. There's a lot going on in this cave. This looks like a thing for another day. When are you gonna sleep, Puggy? Oh wait, are you off tomorrow? You don't need to. Sleep is for the weak, man. Puggy doesn't need to sleep.
動かないでね。全部丸見えね。
神悟り
Bam, bam.
See you
怖くない。
よっ
Nice.
なかなかの品ですね
You just loaded up Genshin. I don't remember how to play this. Just wing it. Wing it to despair. But also if you have questions, shout. There's a lot of people in chat who do know how to play. And I'm sure they'll be happy to help you. You're gonna build Ham when you get more XP books? Ah, very nice. What, he does EM build, hey. Or is there another way to build him? You drank Red Bull and coffee! Puggy, please. You can be up as long as you please. Oh my goodness. Stupid Al-Haytham is still avoiding you, Dragon Spirit. Sorry to hear that. Also, hi. Sorry. This is very far into the desert. Goddamn. Uh-oh. No! My camera! You shit game. Whoa. Okay. Them bitches popped. EM? Deformation? Who's deformed? Tato said you wanted to fight me for some reason. Does anyone remember what the reason was? Because I don't. Choreographer fights? That could be good, not gonna lie. Oh, that's not gonna work very well, is it?
Hello, motherfucker.
You spell good. You spell the goodest here, Puggy. That's probably not even a lie. Hi, Navice. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Hello, hello. I can also spell the word good. I don't know if you can, homie. I really don't know if you can. I don't know if I trust you. Honestly, questionable. Boom, boom, boom! This is such a weird boss. Dan, why are you like this, sir? Please, give me peace. Ow. I'm like trying to look at the chat while I'm fighting this guy. Thank you, Navice. I still don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Do you like Genshin Impact? Do you play? Fuck it, let's just do this. You wanna drop onigiri on my head? No, you're gonna have to do it IRL. You're gonna have to like bring me real ones. Then you can drop it on my head. Might fight you though. Why is this exposing me? Why is it exposing that you followed? It's so I can say thank you. Sorry if you just wanted to lurk though. I can go back to pretending you're not here if that's what you want. I am a-okay with doing that. Is that gonna break? That looks like it's gonna break. This seems like a bad idea. A pain in the buns? What, the guy that I just fought? I don't have a lot of characters, but would someone be super helpful and give me an idea of who I should be using? What you can do, Despair, is maybe... Woo! Tell us who you have. That would give us a better indication of... Because honestly, you can use whoever you want. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Honestly, depends on who you have, especially in the beginning. You make do with what you have. Ah, oh, bro, come on, man. I just wanna... There we go. I just wanna have a look. Nope. So I'm guessing this is like the end of the tunnel. I might as well go back up actually. At the very least, to this floor. Because there are a bunch of poozles here. There's a shitload of poozles here, in fact. But wait, there's a domain higher up? You're invisible? It's all good. I don't see you. I don't perceive you. I don't even know who I'm talking to right now. Maybe I lost my goddamn mind. I need fucking pyro! Dragon Spirit, no spoilers! Please, no backseating! Don't tell me I wanna figure things out for myself, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So much pooper in the hole. Yeah, all the pooper. Whoop! Keqing, Yunfei, Zhongli, Barbara, Yuna, Fischl. Damn, you've got quite a few characters. The pooper hole. Gross. She likes yucky onigiri. The heck, man. Do I? Do I like yucky onigiri? Let's see. Okay, so Despair, I kinda wanna say Zhangling, Fischl, Sucrose, and Tartaglia. Tortugals. The only problem is that's missing a healer. So instead of Sucrose, you could go Diona or Barbara. But you could also go Yanfei, Zhangling, Sucrose, Barbara, Diona. One of those. But you do also have... So I'm not very familiar with Keqing. So I wouldn't know how to build around her, but I've heard Ningguang's also pretty good. But I would want to use your 5-star. Puggy. So Hooded, he's just asking like, he hasn't played in a while, he's just come back. What should he be using? I don't know if my recommendations were any good, but that's the comps that I would play if that was my account. Okay, so I wouldn't do Keqing Yanfei just because they both need to be on field, as far as I know. I don't know about Keqing, I'm pretty sure you don't use her on field. Shlongli and Barbara, I wouldn't use them together because one's a healer, one's a shielder. It's not necessary to have both. Yeah, that's pretty good, Shinigami. Hmm. Oh. For me? No, not you, Hooded. He was saying his previous team had... It's like you're not reading his messages. Sucrose is pretty meh. No, she's not. Sucrose is perfect there because she swirls the electro. Which means your babies do more damage. He said he had Shlongli and Barbara. I was saying you don't need both. I wasn't saying your message is wrong. Thank you very much for the... Ooh. This is all very confusing, apparently. I feel like, am I not wording correctly tonight? Because everyone's misunderstanding me. It's like trying to invite people for weekly bosses, right? Alright. So. Dendro plus Keqing is doing a lot of work. Xingqiu feels a little stronger. Yeah, but I don't think Xingqiu would be adding anything for the reactions. So, you're trying to follow, you don't understand Genshin lingo. Yeah, no. Don't worry. So, I would say, for your team, let me mess up this one. Alright, so, I would say use Tatsugi as your main boy. Let's just go back and see who you had. Trying to think who might be better. Barbara will give you double hydro, but I don't think you need the double hydro because it gives you what? HP? Where's hydro there? I don't think you necessarily need that. Zhongli could be really good though. But yes, so Tartuglis. Both Fischl and Zhangling. These are both really cool characters. And this is very close to what I ran before. And then for healer, so you have Diona, who's very cool because she's got a shield and a heal. So she might be... She doesn't really do anything for the reactions, but I think this would just be all kinds of reactions, and your resonance would just make you a bit resistant to things, which might be good for damage. So that would be one recommendation. My other recommendation for you would be Yanfei with Zhangling. Maybe Sucrose for the swirls. And then, I don't know, I would say Barbara. So this is just based on the characters that you've tagged there. But yeah, take it easy. Don't overwhelm yourself. Don't focus too much on the piles and piles of information there is online. It's honestly, it's too much for the brain. So find a team that you find comfortable. If you enjoy Fischl, honestly, go for it. I would say the thing about Fischl, I never really used her as an on-field DPS because you would use her skill or you would use her burst and then you switch to someone else. So I would say if you do use Fischl, I would honestly use her with him. But I also like to use Fischl with Zhangling because the two of them make things explode, and it's very amusing in the beginning of the game. If you have Benetto, if you have this guy, I would use him as well. Bennett's a really good character. He's a bit of a healer, he's a buffer, and he's also pyro, which means if you use him, for example, with Yanfei, even if you didn't have Zhangling, you still get that attack buff. So if you did like this would also be really good. But I hope that makes it a little more clear, Despair. But otherwise, on my Discord, I think you're on my Discord, there is a channel for Genshin that has builds. So if you want to have a look, there's like a website called Kacheng Lanes, and they have done like hectic smart people research by looking at the numbers. And they tell you good comps and what kind of gear and stuff. I wouldn't worry for now, to be honest.
Excuse me.
Hi, Dinksy! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. You have so many level 90 characters, you'd never have the patience. Yeah. I do have a lot of level 90 characters. If I don't know if I can remove... No, it's not gonna work. If I hide my chat for a second, I do have a lot of level 90 characters. Most of the characters that I use, the ones that have the stars, those are the characters that are built decently enough. But as you can see, I have a lot of other ones that are also level 90. Maybe builds that I want to go back to, revisit, rebuild. I think I gave all of his gear to someone else. Kale, I gave her gear to someone else. I don't know what Mona... Mona, I put a weird build on her. I haven't used her for a while, but yeah. I figure why not? What else am I gonna fucking do with my time in this game? I did start leveling all the other characters to 70, but as you can see, there's very specific elements that I'm avoiding, like the fucking plague. Besides the two new characters, Farazan and Dory, like Electro, Geo, and Cryo. Fuck it. Just popping in to say hi. No worries, Jinxie. Hope you're doing well. At AR25, just go Unga Bunga. Yes. Unga Bunga, but Unga Bunga with characters that you find fun. That's why the comps that I suggested, those are fun Unga Bungas. This is scary? Wait, what's scary? Kaya? Sorry. Let's put our Kaya away. Just unga your bunga through the game, and the early game, just unga all your bungas. Honestly doesn't matter too much. It's only when you get more characters that you can play around a bit more with stuff. But I wouldn't worry. Your team is Electro Cryo for Superconduct? Fuck this guy, well and truly. Why would you sit up there, you asshole? Oh my god, you're still up there. Let's go! Anyway. Kaya's lovely. Oh, the level 90 characters. You have one? I mean, that's fine. I know a lot of people don't even level their characters to 90. I'm like, okay, that's cool for you. That's how you want to play. That's fine. That's not how I want to play. Alright, was there anything else here, or am I donezo? I just need to get this boy. Boy! And then I'm donezos. Rosaria, Raiden, Diona. Official? Or Xingqiu? Okay. Like I said, as long as you enjoy it. I'm currently playing some messed up comp, because I just wanted to fuck around and find out what it was going to be like. You'll unga your bunga and see how it goes. And you know, you can ask questions in the Discord Despair. So if there's anything you're unsure about, just shout. Ooh, there's a boy down there. Let's go get this thing first. This is not looking promising. Do we need the boy? We need the boy? We need boys. Okay. I'm assuming it's that boy. Why is my key not working? There we go. Yes, I think it's this one. You want to pull Zhao for Swirl? If you want Swirl, rather pull for Kazuha. I think. Zhao's cool and all, but... Whoop. If you really want them swirls. Ain't no better. And this oak? Bro, can I actually help you? What about Wanderer? Exactly, what about him? Wanderer is not really built for swirls though, he's more for animo damage. As far as I know. Zhao doesn't help with swirl unless you play him in a team called Xiao Lad? Yeah, as far as I know, they're both animo DPSs, they're not swirly boys. Wanderer is just a child. He's a shitty little child. Don't I have my fill of fucking dealing with shitty little children? Also, thank you for farting. No, Vice. It's your first hour here, your first night. Oh, is he telling me? Oh, buddy, I don't want to do this. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, sold in. What were you playing today? Warframe. Oh shit, fam. Every time you raid me and you're playing Warframe, I'm like, I need to play Warframe. And then I proceed to not play Warframe. How was stream? How was your evening? Did you ninja all over the place? Yes, that is what Warframe is about, being a space ninja. Welcome, welcome peepos. For those of you that are new here, my name is Nat Ortato, variety streamer, but I do play a lot of Genshin Impact, so I hope you guys enjoy. You can come Space Ninja with me anytime. I do need to play though. I do need to play. I am behind on a lot of frames. I need to sort my shit out, man. Oh wait, is he changing it? Do I need to match it to the one behind it? Is he being a little shit? I thought I was matching it to the one he changed it to. Never fucking mind. What the freak, dude? Why are you so pretty all the time? Solden, are you talking to a mirror again? Do I need to speak to Mama about this? Everybody come here. They be chatting to the mirror. This guy's being a little shit. Oh. Did I get it? Is he gonna stop being a little nonsense? It's been a long week. Mood as fuck. It's also been fucking warm. I'm melting. I'm literally sitting in the dark. I have a ring light here, like cooking my face. The dude in there keeps staring at me. Give him a kiss. If you're gonna stare at you that much, he better give you a kiss back. Navice, you're having fun? Fantastic. That's what I want to hear. Have you guys just been like laying on the bed, not touching, just simply existing in the same space? Because I'll sometimes grab my boyfriend and he's like, no, it's too hot. And then he does it to me and I'm like, no, it's too hot. So we're both little shits in that regard. But, yeah, no, it's been way too warm. It's like, it's gross. Ugh. You touch pinkies? we we do what we call and not to be mistaken with whatever jargon says, but we touch butts, so we won't like actively touch each other, but I'll lay on one side and he'll lay on the other and just scooch our butts kind of close to each other. That's it. That's all we can handle in this heat. Whoa! Got exploded, bro, by bunnies? How embarrassing. Wow! Wow, so embarrassing. Imagine getting exploded by a bunch of bunnies. Ew. Imagine going home to tell your mom. Yeah, I got exploded by a bunch of bunnies today at work. Feels bad, man. Bunny time! Bunny-chan! Whoa! So embarrassing. Wiped out by bunnies. Anyway. As soon as load shedding ends, we smack the fan on high. Oh. What is this Oki? Untouched in the corner there. That was very weird. We do have a fan that is connected to our inverter, thankfully. But yeah, when it's not on, ugh. The air is so still. The air doesn't move. All the windows and doors are open. Nothing moves. It's very fucking hot. Yo. But, what was I gonna say? Oh, because I know inverters are quite spicy pricey, but if you can, someone's been posting on Twitter lately. They use like a USB fan and they plug it into like a power bank. And it's not much, but listen, it's better than fuck all. It's better than breathing your own warmth for like 2 to 4 hours. Especially at night. Ugh. But yeah, even if you have like a smaller power bank, I think it should power one of those USB fans for a little while. Just to give you some sanity points back. Bunny-chan! Oof. Imagine if my Yao Yao actually had good gear on her. Damn. There's a Gizu box. Oh yeah! Actually, I have been seeing that. We'll probably get it by winter. Oh, very nice. At the very least, especially like for internet, fuck man. So we kind of had to invest in an inverter. Do I have any keys, actually? We had to for work because, well, when I still had a job, I was working from home. Now I just do the streaming full time, but my boyfriend works from home. He's very smart. He does IT things. I don't have keys, question mark? I think they would be in this bag. And he works from home. Full time, so yeah. We definitely needed it. For him. And past tense for me as well. But it's good for having internet, for having a fan when it gets hot. Whoa! That bird got fucking roasted out of the sky. Sorry, bro. Did not mean to do that. Whoops. Hi, girly. I'm just here for this thing. Goodbye. Oh, she mad. She mad as fuck. Look at her. She's very cool, though. Hi, emulator. You're back, homie. Are you good? Oh? Why did that thing flash? I'm so confused. Ordering one of the small ones for the router? You work 3. Oh, that's very nice. With load shedding, you have no choice. Yeah, no. Listen. my boyfriend, so he's working remote now, but once we move to Cape Town, he's gonna have to go into the office like maybe once a week. And that was like when he was like getting approached for jobs and stuff. he was like, is it remote? And if it wasn't remote, he was like, no, thank you. He was like, I'm not going back to the office. It's not happening, man. Thank you for the shouty outies, guys. As you can see at the top of the chat, there's a heart for Solden. If it is not green, please make it green. It's my favorite color. Please and thank you. Uncle Solden? Office life is over. Truly, it should be. Time for fan supernatural? Yes, get out of here. Go! Go. I don't want another word from you, Solden. Have a wonderful evening. Give mama a big ol' smooch on the cheek from me. Whoa, there's the big boy. That's a big ol' boy. Do we get to go inside of this one as well? Nice! Guys, go follow Solden. He needs 4 more follows. Go, 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 go. But yes, I do agree. Office life, it truly should be over. There's a lot of jobs that just, you don't need to go in. There's a lot of people who successfully did their jobs parking ass, and in fact, some people who did their jobs even better from home. Why? Because they didn't have to deal with colleagues. They didn't have to deal with traffic. They didn't have to have shitty lunches, I guess. You know, it saved a lot of time in the morning. You literally get up, you roll out of bed, and you go work. Well and truly. It's unnecessary. Where was the last one? Did I miss it somehow? Why am I like this? What? How did I... What'd I do? What'd I done? I'm just gonna restart it because I honestly don't know which one I missed. I didn't see anything along the route. So clearly I'm losing my goddamn mind. Literally the main reason I don't want to get fired, I know I can get it. I can get another job with almost as good pay, but I don't want to go in. A lot of places wanting to go back, like, office full-time. I hate working from home. You hate working from home? Emulator, out of curiosity, why? What do you dislike about it? I don't think there's anything down there. It's not by this guy, is it? No, okay. I thought maybe he was like holding it? Nope. When you work from an office, you get to leave your work behind at the end of the day. Working from home is a trap. I used to work 5 till 10. What? Oh, was the last one there and I just somehow missed it? What an idiot. What an idiot. Thank you. I don't know who that was, but thank you. Was it Cupcake? It was Cupcake. Oh man, what an idiot. It was there the whole time. It's okay. I recently started working from home again. It takes physical effort not to work. I guess, yeah, for some people. I was very good at clocking out. I was just like, nope, I am done. But with my kind of work, it was very easy to just be like, okay, I'm done now, goodbye. And never look at things again. It was just a matter of finishing it. So sad, no onigiri. Oh, my pinned message is gone. Why are you sad that there's no onigiri? It's a VTuber thing. How am I supposed to have it with the IRL stream? I even asked. I was like, do you people want to see my face ever again? And people were like, yeah. I mean, maybe you didn't vote for that, but a bunch of people did. Someone voted no. Someone didn't want to see my face again. But that sounds like a them problem! Boom! Oh, hello. What the heck? You weren't there? What do you mean you weren't there? It was on Twitter, bro. It was on the tweets, ver. That sounds like a skill issue. Yoda's skill issue. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Imagine. Imagine not being there for the moment. Can you not be in the water? That would be very cool of you. She's so cute. This game sometimes is dumb. Skill issue, get good? Exactly. Tell him. Also, thank you for the hug. My actual office is in Hong Kong, run the businesses, so there's always things to be done. Ah. But does it not make it a bit easier to clock off? In the evening, because it's like nighttime? Because, you know, they're in the future and all. Why did I fall down this hole? Am I dumb? Oh wait, I was looking for the little tablet things. That's right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds a bit harder then. No rest then. No time to breathe. Contrary to what you guys think, I don't want to fight you. Goodbye. Imagine using Twitter. Y'all suck? What the fuck? We suck because you don't use anything and then you get mad at people? How, Yoda? Please be serious. For a moment. Just a moment. That's all I'm asking. Bro, can I fucking help you? Y'all wanna die? Y'all wanna die so bad that you're gonna attack me for no reason? That's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind kicking your asses. All of you. You can all suck a fart out of my ass. And this one? This girly? Hi, Spawn. You didn't hear what I just said. You did not hear a thing. How you doing, beautiful? Wee. Yoda's bullying me, Spawn. Fight with him. I need a fire character. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, D-Max, why you bully me? Why? D-Max. No peace. No peace in this house. You leaving? Oh, just a sec. You're back up. Imagine being perceived. Ray brought me a snack, but I need to end stream soonish anyway. Oh? Did it go out or did I not do it? Oh, I just didn't do it. Okay, this is fine. You people redeeming onigiri, I don't pity you at all. No! Actually, so Spawn, I can't do the ASMR now. Because stream's gonna be ending soon. So I don't wanna I don't want to waste your redeem. So I'll do it next time. If that's okay. Alternatively, I think I might just refund you. Please don't leave me here with these people. These people? What the fuck? You refunded? Thank you. Yeah, it just didn't feel right. You throw instead, but you can't. You can't throw nothing at me. I'm a real people. I am here. Is that better? Wow. Wow. No fucking troll. Time to thunder. Oh my god. Hello, friends. Don't mind me, I'm just setting up my damage. Look at this. Imagine getting slapped by bunnies. That's so embarrassing. God damn. Nice. I don't remember what I was actually doing here. I got very distracted and we ended up here, so that's cool. You love the bunnies so much? Same. They fuck everything up. Wait, we throwing Yoda? Why are we throwing Yoda? Okay, I do actually need to get going though. Because my power's about to go out. I'm gonna go eat my chips in bed. And play Miku dance, whatever it's called. Doesn't ask me. Oh! Jargon is out to make enemies tonight. He's misstepping currently. I actually want to try something. I don't think she'll make Miku dance. I mean, it's wrong, but it's also right, you know? It's okay. Okay. Oh, okay. There was a hair on my mic and I was like, ooh, is that still attached to me? It was. It was still attached to me. I had to find out the hard way. Okay, guys. One thing, if you're new here, maybe you don't know this, but I love to do what I call revenge raids. So if someone raids me, I raid them back. I must get my revenge. Can't always, but I try. Okay, let's not look at the ones from today, because obviously those people are done. Let's see. Oh shit, that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. God damn! Oh yeah? Here's a bean I haven't been able to raid before. I just want to double check that there wasn't anyone else. So she is currently playing Genshin. So I think it's a good place to take you all. You make it sound so evil? Me? I just installed my lithium phosphate battery. Load shedding is a thing of the past. We are apparently load shedding at the moment. Nice! I need to get myself a UPS. We are heading out though. Oh, you were saying Jargon. Jargon's... Oh no, wait, he was addressing that to Cupcake. I'm so confused. Let's play Miku dance again. Yes, Peggy. We will. I don't know if you want to play now or if it's bedtime. Listen, I'm all kinds of confused. Let me just set up the raid. Okay, guys, you know the drill. All all the love that you have in your hearts, you make it into a ball, right? You put it in the raid message, and then you throw it at the person that will be raiding, right? That's the drill. You don't message me? Okay, perfect. Please be good. Have a wonderful evening. I should see you guys tomorrow. I'll make a post somewhere, Discord or Twitter, whatever the case may be. Say again. Oh, Spawn, I don't know what I said. You are asking the wrong person to repeat themselves, because I don't know what I just said. But yes, let's go. I just want to make sure I type the name correctly, because y'all know I'm a dumbass. Are you being left behind? You got left behind before? This channel has follower or subscriber only chats. Oh shit. You guys better follow them. Alright. If you do get left behind, that's who we're going to. But yes, you guys know the drill. All the love in your hearts. We take it to Pocahontas. She's busy playing with Aura at the moment. We see them in chat all the time. But yes, everyone, like I said before, take care. I see you tomorrow. Have fun. Bye 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 bye. Bye everyone. Be good. My power's going off now. Yay! I'm gonna go eat my chips and be sad. Don't forget the raid message. But also you have to follow her to send the raid message, so let's go spam her with love.